Good evening. I'm Carolyn Rye, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. on this 27th day of October 2020. Pursuant to the state of emergency related to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Governor's executive orders, the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, as amended by the Virginia General Assembly, and the School Board's April 7, 2020 emergency resolution, the school board and selected staff members will meet in person at the school administration building. However, at this time, it's impractical and unsafe to allow other persons to attend the school board meeting due to physical distancing and safety precautions related to the pandemic. Members of the public will be able to observe the school board meeting through live streaming on vbschools.com, broadcast on VBTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. And we do welcome everyone in the community joining us this evening. With that, Madam Clerk, would you proceed with the verbal roll call, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the school board chambers are Chairwoman Rye, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Felton, Ms. Weems, Ms. Manning, Ms. Hughes, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Owens, and attending via Zoom but in the school administration building is Ms. Holtz.
President.
Thank you. Okay, would you now please all join me in a moment of silence? And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, with no awards or recognitions this evening, that brings us to agenda item 6, adoption of tonight's agenda. Are there any modifications? Okay, seeing none, a motion to approve, Mr. Edwards. A second, Mrs. Manning. All in favor, please show with a raise of hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
I've raised my hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So that brings us to the superintendent's report, and Dr. Spencer, we look forward to it.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Here are just a few items of interest for you and our families to know this evening. First, a reminder that the following holidays will affect school schedules. With Election Day now declared to be a state holiday, all school and administrative buildings will be closed for school division business, and there will be no in-person or virtual learning on Tuesday, November the 3rd. Monday, November the 2nd will continue to serve as a day of asynchronous learning time for students and as a professional learning time with office hours for teachers. And classes for both Option 1 and Option 2 students will resume on Wednesday, November the 4th. Next, there will be an adjusted dismissal for students on Tuesday, November the 10th, which marks the end of the first 9 weeks, and all schools and administrative offices will also be closed on Wednesday, November the 11th, in observance of Veterans Day. And finally, in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday, all schools and administrative offices will operate on an adjusted dismissal Wednesday, November 25th, and will be closed Thursday and Friday, November 26th and 27th. In some good news, Jennifer Hawes, who is currently the principal at Corporate Landing Elementary School, was recently selected as the recipient of Virginia's 2020 NAESP, or National Association of Elementary School Principals, National Outstanding Assistant Principal of the Year for her work as assistant principal at Glenwood Elementary. This award is presented annually as a collaborative effort between the NAESP and the Virginia Association of Elementary School Principals. And she is recognized for her role in bringing about a student response team tiered system of support at Glenwood through her staff training and coordination of the program. She also focused extensively on using technology to transform education by earning a Google Certified Educator certification and sharing her acquired expertise with her school team through staff presentations, Twitter, websites, and blogs. Her dedication to her students, staff, her profession, and her community are all evident in everything that she does, so congratulations, Ms. Hawes. Third tonight, VB Schools, represented by Kevin Beardsley, the Director of Purchasing for the school division, has been awarded the prestigious 25th Annual Achievement of Excellence in Procurement, or AEP, Award for 2020 from the National Procurement Institute. The AEP Award is earned by public and nonprofit agencies that demonstrate a commitment to procurement excellence. This annual program recognizes procurement organizations that embrace innovation, professionalism, productivity, leadership, accountability, and e-procurement. The VBCPS Purchasing Office oversees the expenditure of more than $130 million annually through contracts and purchase orders, and VBCPS is one of only 8 agencies in Virginia and 22 school districts in North America to receive this annual award. So we send our congratulations to Farrell Hunziker, Kevin Beardsley, and the entire financial team for this well-deserved honor. And finally, you have no doubt heard of Jumpstart, which is a partnership between local nonprofit Aid Now and the school division's School Social Work Services. This program supports hundreds of homeless and marginalized students every year by providing much-needed supplies and services, including backpacks, school supplies, clothing, haircuts, eye exams, toiletries, and shelf-stable food. Many philanthropic local businesses, nonprofit organizations, and city agencies donate these services and supplies every year to Aid Now, which brings together education, health, sanitation, and physical resources to assist individuals throughout the world, and the division's Office of Social Work to support students in need. The annual event usually happens in August, but just like so many other things, the program had to be altered this year to accommodate this new normal that we're living in. So last Monday night, 50 community volunteers, with the support of 25 corporate sponsors, gathered at Grand Affairs, social distance appropriately, and stuffed Food Lion totes with clothing, toys, hygiene products, and gift cards to Food Lion, Target, and Chick-fil-A, all age appropriate for elementary, middle, and high school students. Parents and guardians were also provided with planners and Bath and Body Works products, and these totes were delivered to the Plaza Annex the following morning, where our very own Gay Thomas and Aid Now's Ann Christie arranged for these to be delivered to 176 of our families by school social workers. And book deliveries are also being planned for the upcoming holidays. This is the 10th year for Jumpstart in Virginia Beach, which won the 2020 Magna Award from the National School Boards Association earlier this year. So thank you to Gay Thomas and her team, and to Aid Now and all of the volunteers who support our families in need. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you. That was a wonderful note to end on. Okay, approval of meeting minutes, the October 13th, 2020 regular school board meeting minutes. Any modifications? Okay, seeing or hearing none, a motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second. Mrs. Riggs, please show your affirmation with a raised hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
Raised hand, yes.
Thank you. And vote for all opposed? And a vote for abstaining?
I'm abstaining because I wasn't present.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. Madam Chair, so we had a vote of 10 in favor, Ms. Rye, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Felton, Ms. Weems, Ms. Hughes, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Riggs, Ms. Owens, and Ms. Holtz. And abstaining from the vote is Ms. Manning because she was absent at the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, that brings us to agenda number 9, item number 9, hearing of citizens and delegations on agenda items. The school board will now hear comments on agenda items from citizens and delegations who signed up with our clerk prior to this meeting. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. It's not necessary for speakers to ask if they can be heard. Speakers should begin speaking once their name is called. As a reminder, each speaker has 4 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning before time expires. Once the speaker's time has expired, the speaker should stop making remarks and the next speaker will be queued to speak. Please keep in mind the school board invites the public to also submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce our first speaker of the evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Braden Wicks.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start again.
You told me not to ask if you could hear me, so I was just following directions. Good evening, Dr. Spence, Chairwoman Rye, and members of the board. My name is Braden Wicks. First, I would like to again thank Mrs. Manning and Mrs. Melnick for your support. It means the world to know that you listen. Second, I am here to address the extreme lack of transparency put forth by the district. Our second grade daughter has been in school 29 days and was welcomed today by her third teacher this year. Please let that sink in. Dr. Spence, while I can only imagine the amount of information you have been inundated with since March, I do ultimately hold you responsible. Since the beginning of the year, we have received multiple unexpected emails explaining that our daughter's teacher has changed. Each email is written as if we, as the parents, were aware that these changes were coming. With each email and phone call I make in response, the answers I always receive are, "We understand your concern, but that's what happened, and there's nothing we can do." The buck is always passed, it's always out of their control, and no responsibility is taken. Dr. Spence, please take responsibility. It is okay to be honest with parents, to tell us that mistakes have been made, and that you are doing everything in your power to correct these mistakes. Our daughter's school knew in July there was not enough room or teachers for all face-to-face students to return. I was told you were also aware of this in July. Yet we received communication about these changes 2 weeks into the school year. This is only one of many examples where transparency is lacking. If these last-minute bombs are being dropped on us as parents, I can only begin to imagine what is being dropped daily on teachers. Teachers, administration, staff, and students are tired. And again, it's only 29 days into the school year. Dr. Spence, please stop sending the band out to play when the ship has been sinking for months. You are not charting the course. You are just losing faith from the community. COVID is here. It's not going away. Administration, teachers, parents, and students need to know that you and your entire team are here for us. Please reconsider your current approach in communicating and take a more honest and real approach. If you don't, I only fear I will receive more unexpected emails as teachers are told to fake it until they make it, and they can no longer fake it and they will quit. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luis Cortez.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening. I'm got a few things. One is about when are we gonna open the schools back to other kids with special needs that are still not incomplete in suite right now. I have another child that's special needs speech therapy, and she's virtual. And that's unheard of. why she's in virtual again also. My son, who just went to middle school, was put in a grade that his SOLs, he was supposed to be in a higher level. And because of his last name, they said that they put him in a lower level because they didn't think he could comprehend because it is bilingual. Who determines that in the classroom when they select the grade, the classes for them? I think that's racial profiling. And if we're talking about diversity, we're failing our students. Another thing is what is being taught in these virtual classrooms is kind of, I've been recording it, and a lot of the teachers have been referring to Walking Dead. Not all the parents allow their children to view Walking Dead and to be used for migration. Why are we using a sci-fi show to teach our students about migration? I mean, that's alarming when you don't let your kids watch that kind of stuff. Another thing is, I've noticed the teachers been logging off during virtual learning, just leave the kids to do their own thing while they're supposed to be in class. So what are we doing to correct that? Yesterday was alarming too when we find out that Zoom meeting was hacked and a gentleman exposed himself in the middle of middle school. And then we have the VBEA, whatever, stating that it was the IT department. School doesn't handle Zoom. That's not school's IT department. That's who you guys kind of went through to use that kind of service instead of using WebEx, which is more secured. And it's something that should have been thought of since back in March when school actually closed down. These are my concerns that I've been having as a father of five, and I'm seeing a lot of it, and I'm hearing a lot from other other members of the community, and it's alarming that we're not doing anything about it. We're complaining about teacher shortage and things like that, but you guys knew this before, and nothing was being done. So that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Turpin. Okay, Ms. Turpin is not here at the moment. Our next speaker will be Willow Harris.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Willow Harris, and I'm a senior at Salem High School in the Performing Arts Academy. I'd like to take this time to thank all of the staff and teachers who've helped me through this unconventional start to the school year. I'm going to save the conversation about losing the memories of my senior year for another time because I'm here today to talk about how you have affected the lives of students across the district, which according to the VBCPS website is 68,000 students to be precise. I've asked myself time and time again why the freshman classes were brought into the building before the seniors were. Clearly, the intense college application process, mental health, and negative effects on academics were not considered when looking at who would be returning back to the buildings. Myself, along with many of my friends, have been lost in the college process, and getting that help from teachers and guidance counselors just isn't as easy as walking down the hallway. As a performing artist, I've had to complete the intense audition process alone without the personal assistance of my teachers who I would have received in school. Who knows where I'm going to end up after graduation? According to the most recent parent newsletter, you're forcing students' cameras to be on during Zoom meetings. Unfortunately, you're failing to see that the students behind the cameras, who have been at home since March, are facing major challenges and mental health issues at home. The senior class is walking blindly into one of the biggest challenges in our lives, and we as seniors need the extended support from the system as a whole, not as unequal parts. Teachers are now being expected to work in person over a Zoom call, along with answering emails and countless recommendations for students. This is certainly unfair for them and will likely have a negative effect on the students' education as we move forward. I've been very disappointed in the choices that the school board has made regarding my future, and I hope that in the time to come, each of you will use this experience to make more equal and fair choices that will work well for all of the students you're representing. A clear, well-determined plan must be put in place as soon as possible. The students have been waiting long enough for the answers to the many questions they have regarding their future and their education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maura Isabel Baker.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Maura Baker. I'm a 10th grade student at Kellum Floyd High School, learning underneath Option 1. First, I'd like to thank the school board and Superintendent Spence for your time, and secondly, my incredible teachers and counselors during these unique and difficult times. I'm here to put a face for the thousands of teens like me learning virtually from home and would kindly request a return date for the face-to-face students. It's currently a struggle for most teachers, I know, because the amount of times my teacher has accidentally started to lag and then I don't get the math problem or anything of that kind of such. And I think that virtual learning is from somebody that is an extremely visual learner, and I need the teacher to be there to help solve the problem or find a spot in a book specifically. It's incredibly hard not to have their full assistance. I'm also, for some of us, we're more social and we're able to grasp topics a lot better when we have peers around us versus the breakout rooms, which from experience, everyone will just mute their mic, turn off their camera, and no one will speak. And it is very hard to connect with the other students or get other information from them. While at school, sometimes you would get, like, the student could explain in a way that the teacher couldn't. And I also believe that, again, back to the social aspect, it's making us quiet, unable to ask questions, and shut-ins. I'm aware we have to socially distance with the risk of the school or of coronavirus, but I wish that there could perhaps be a little bit more risk with being able for us to go to back and have us be able to talk in person and not through a screen. And there's some people out there as well that have mental problems, and sometimes school is just a getaway for them, or they need to go to school to increase their social aspects and, so they can get to know people better and improve upon themselves. But unfortunately, they cannot do that because they are hiding behind a screen, a black screen. And it's just making them become even more unsociable and more anxiety-driven. Please consider I am not alone on this journey in school learning this year. I understand virtual learning is helpful to some, but I believe face-to-face would be more important to others. Please consider a return date to school sooner than later. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mackenzie Barnes.
Welcome.
Hello, I am Mackenzie Barnes. I am a 10th grader in the Legal Studies Academy at First Colonial. I want to tell you how I feel about online education. I feel like online school has been a detrimental factor to my education, as well as my mental health and social skills. As a student, I feel as though my education is in danger. I not only have problems concentrating, but I also feel distracted and overwhelmed. Teachers are trying to keep up, but it ends up with students having more work than they are able to handle, causing stress and anxiety. Also, I feel vulnerable because in the end, I will still be fighting to get into college with the people who are back in school in other states. My mental health has also suffered. I have not only been feeling depressed from the lack of social interaction, but I have also been having anxiety from the overwhelming amount of work that we've been given. My social development has also suffered because I'm not able to have social interaction with other students while in school. I also think that not having social interaction is going to stunt all of our social growth. I also think that not having social interaction is going to make us all very hard in the future for us to be able to socialize in future jobs. It's easier to get burned out when you're not around other people and doing so much work, because having other people around helps you learn And in the end, I feel as though the school board and the superintendent have not prepared properly in order to provide all students who chose option 1 a chance to return to school. Thank you to all the teachers, counselors, principals, and members of school board who have acknowledged the importance of the school environment to overall benefit the students who have worked and put in the effort and who need to be back in school.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Addison Froelich.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Spence and school board members seated in front of me today. My name is Addie Freilich. I'm a 10th grader at Cox High School, an A student and a student athlete. I am here today to bring forth the disadvantages and stress students like me are being put through currently. My age is overlooked right now and this needs to stop. It took a lot for me to prepare and come here today, so I request that you take a couple minutes to listen and hear what I have to say on behalf of all students in Virginia Beach. Before I bring forth the many issues I have experienced, I wanted to say how much I know COVID has impacted everyone. My own cousin sat in a hospital fighting COVID-19, but even she would say we need to be back in school. My grandmother, who lives with us and is categorized as high risk with the pandemic, says the same thing. Starting off with the most important topic right now, I know it is essential that all students need to be back to normal in-person learning. Online school is not cutting it, especially with the advanced classes my peers and I are taking. We are forced to sit in our homes for 7 hours of the day and look at our computer, which is even causing some of my friends to have extreme migraines and pause their schoolwork. The most detrimental effect of online school is the mental and psychological toll that is being taken on students this year. I have witnessed in the past few months that anxiety, depression, and suicide rates are up. The majority of my peers have noticed it, and these issues are being brought forth on social media platforms like Instagram, but nobody has done anything to find a solution. Allowing teenagers who are most susceptible to depression the chance to come back to school would dramatically help bring these numbers down. Another issue with online school is the lack of one-on-one time I get with my teachers, and this is not their fault. All of my teachers have done an excellent job adapting and creating lesson plans for us with such short notice. During normalcy, we had the ability to talk with our teachers throughout the day, and this time was cut down. I've had to do multiple research projects throughout the almost 2 months we have been learning online, and I have been told that Britannica School Research Database had been cut from funding. Not only do I not have an access to a library, I now do not have access to a reliable source of information needed to expand my learning. I have been lucky enough to receive tremendous support from my parents with school. Therefore, I could not imagine how my peers who do not have a strong support system learn online. We are asked all the time, what do we want to be when we grow up? I've always said I want to go into medicine, but not being able to learn basic chemistry had made me question my goals. I'm a hands-on learner, and in classes like chemistry, I'm not able to effectively learn hands-on over a Zoom call. I've talked with other friends in chemistry, and they feel the same way. My generation is the future of this country, and I'm embarrassed to say I'm scared for the future. It is expected that scientists and doctors will make these tremendous discoveries, but now I do not agree with that because we have learned little to no information in our classes. Not only will the country's future be impacted by our learning, but our future will also be impacted. If you look at schools like Catholic High and Cape Henry, they have had a plan in place before August. I know that because I was as close as you can get to transfer schools without actually transferring.
30 seconds.
Switching to a school with an in-person learning plan already set in place would help me compete with other students with college applications and SATs. I may not have agreed with spending the first quarter at home, but the board and superintendent need to put their arguing aside and get us back in school. I hope you will consider what I had to say in these past couple of minutes and want you to take from this how much students are suffering. I understand this is a hard problem to solve, but we need to be back in the
And
classroom
that is time.
learning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last in-person speaker. We will move on to our online speakers. Our first online speaker is Brenda Harris. Please unmute.
And welcome.
Good evening, School Board Chair Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, Dr. Spence, and staff. I am a longtime Virginia Beach resident, parent of 3 VBCPS graduates, and a high school volunteer until the shutdown in March. As the Rolling Stones song says, you can't always get what you want, but if you try, sometimes you just might find you get what you need. We all want things to be the way they were last year, but how much risk to students, staff, and the community is the school board willing to take to get things closest to the way they were, which would mean getting as many students as possible in face-to-face schooling? There is a continuum of risks for school systems on the Virginia Department of Health website. As pointed out at the last school board meeting, we are already exceeding recommendations according to our virus community transmission. The school board should clearly state how much risk they are willing to take with the safety of students, staff, and the community to get as many students back face-to-face as soon as possible. Everyone deserves to know. And then there is the issue of the inconsistent adherence to COVID-19 safety protocols. Site-based management is a long-standing tradition in VBCPS, but building administrators shouldn't be given leeway on how or even if COVID-19 safety protocols are being followed. In one building, staff and students wear masks incorrectly. In another, they might not wear them at all at times. In another, an administrator who doesn't really believe in COVID-19 insists on fitting in just a few more desks. VBCPS is already interpreting the 6-foot social distancing guideline to be 3 feet if feasible. And now a principal could further interpret the interpretation? Is there going to be a COVID-19 safety hotline for people to report violations? If not, why not? Or would you prefer for people to complain to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the Virginia Department of Health? Wouldn't you rather resolve these issues within VBCPS? Ventilation and filtration are big concerns, which experts predict will exacerbate the spread of the virus as colder weather causes everyone to be indoors more. There are many school buildings with varying ages and conditions. There are buildings with HVAC systems which are designed to allow for more fresh air circulation and higher quality filters. And there are buildings which don't have these superior systems. And remember, since VBCPS has accepted that only 3 feet of social distancing is okay, the ventilation/filtration factor is even more important to get right, as there will be more bodies and hence more opportunity for virus transmission than there would be in classrooms with 6 feet social distancing. Parents, staff, and the public deserve to know what is the air quality as relates to COVID-19 mitigation in every VBCPS building. In closing, students need a high-quality education. People may want all students face-to-face full-time. That is imprudent during this pandemic. VBCPS needs to adhere to CDC and VDH guidance more strictly and do a much slower and safer phase-in of students to keep them, the staff, and the community safe during this pandemic. And that is how we will all get what we need. Thank you.
Is Stacy Martin. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Spence, Chairwoman Rye, and members of the school board. I'm a Virginia Beach parent of a 6th grader that opted to homeschool this first semester. Well, it's also the best decision for our family and our work schedules. There are 2 things I want to address tonight. I want to urge you to embrace a robust surveillance testing program for teachers before you open schools to additional grades. Since the schools are not following the 6 feet distancing rule and are instead relying on the unacceptable 3-foot guideline, surveillance is the one thing that might make us return to public school in February or next fall. Until there's a vaccine for this virus, surveillance testing will be key to reducing transmission to acceptable levels. I would also urge you to consider surveillance testing for students, especially high school students. We do know that teenagers transmit the virus at a similar rate of adults. Earlier, someone referenced that children have lower transmission rates. We need to qualify that with children under 10 years of age have lower transmission rates. Most studies indicate that preteens and teenagers transmit the virus at the same or higher rates than adults. Second, I would like you to consider the larger local economy when deciding to bring back additional grades. Since we do know teenagers transmit the virus at the same rate as adults, we can expect transmission rates to increase when these students return to school. Considering the new CDC guidelines require quarantine after 15 minutes of cumulative exposure to a presumed positive, we must think about the impact of opening the schools to more students on the broader economy. We must think about families who will lose income due to multiple required quarantines. We also must think about the loss of meals tax and sales tax if we have additional restrictions imposed on the business community. As a Virginia Beach taxpayer, I pay nearly $5,000 annually in cumulative real estate and personal property tax. I'm concerned that those rates will increase if our other areas of revenue, meals tax, sales tax, and occupancy tax, decline due to quarantines and lockdowns. Our costs to run this city and its schools are not decreasing, considering flooding mitigation, building 2 lawsuits and remodeling, and increased COVID operational costs. I am imploring you to look at both creating a robust surveillance testing program and for you to look at the bigger economic picture before bringing more grades back. There are many of us who choose to live in Virginia Beach because of its schools. And there are many of us who, against the backdrop of homeschooling, will consider leaving the area if tax rates increase. We are all in this together, and we have to think about the long-term economic impacts and the future financial well-being of our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jamie Frederick. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Spence, Chairwoman Rye, and members of the school board. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. The benefits of a virtual parallel option were praised during tonight's workshop, but many teachers will be teaching face-to-face and virtual students concurrently, and I'm concerned at the lack of training. Teachers who are already teaching concurrently had only a single training, which included a suggestion such as invest in a microphone. This training was woefully inadequate across the division because it only addressed the technology setup but provided no valuable teaching strategies. This has left many teachers wondering how a single asynchronous professional development could prepare us for a new way of teaching. At the September 22nd school board meeting, Mrs. Anderson asked if teachers were being pressured to teach concurrently face-to-face and virtual at the same time. She was assured that pressure is a relative term. Here we are over a month later. I'm not being pressured to teach both. Instead, I am being told it will happen since there is no VLC for remaining students who are to start returning in November. Concurrent teachers are seeing many problems that need to be addressed before tasking more teachers with this in November. Students are having a hard time hearing teachers on Zoom when the teacher is wearing a mask. Teachers are having to pay for voice amplifiers out of pocket. Teachers have laptops provided by the school that won't operate on multiple applications. This is an absolute must if we are teaching concurrently. And these teachers are being told that there are no replacements available. If concurrent teaching is something we do not have a choice in doing, please provide us with the effective tools. Concurrent teaching is looking more like virtual teaching than many stakeholders thought it would. Virtual students do not have access to worksheets, foldables, or lab equipment. To keep lessons equitable, teachers are still doing online activities for all students. Teachers are finding classroom management difficult. Yes, their face-to-face students and laptop kids with the Zoom kids on it are in the same room, but they are essentially teaching in 2 different classrooms and finding it difficult to be fully present in both at the same time. I fear trying to effectively balance in-person instruction and virtual instruction concurrently will be akin to driving and texting. When you are doing one, you cannot fully focus on the other. How much student engagement will suffer if teachers are rushed back without proper training? I challenge the school board and senior staff to not only rely on administrator observations, but please ask those concurrent teachers for an honest review of how it's going, the struggles they face, and get ideas on how we can develop a training program that will make all stakeholders comfortable. No decision from the school board should result in teachers scrambling to figure this out on our own. If the challenges facing concurrent teaching cannot be addressed within the next 2 weeks, maybe the school board needs to go back to the earlier discussions of pivoting students from concurrent classrooms into either a fully virtual or a fully face-to-face class so teachers can focus on one or the other, but not both at the same time. I'm ready to go back to teaching face-to-face. However, we need to look at what we already know and devise a workable plan. We know a lot of teachers who initially said no to concurrent teaching will be tasked with it in November when we bring more students back face-to-face. We know teachers are struggling. Members of the school board, please give us a life raft instead of an anvil. Provide us with a better plan and better training before sending teachers into a concurrent classroom unprepared. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Bragg. Please unmute. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Allison Bragg. I am a 9th grade student at Green Run Collegiate, and I am advocating for all Option 2 students who have to have the same opportunity I have to return to the classroom. I have observed the challenges some of my fellow classmates have endured with distractions at home that are out of their control. For me, having a structured schedule and reminders, having accountability has helped me stay on track and on task. While I was fortunate at home to have parents that helped set up a structure, I know some of my other classmates don't. I have also benefited from having more social conversations with my classmates. My morale and motivation, while still work in progress, has improved since returning to the classroom. Additionally, my teachers have struggled with managing technology and distraction while trying to balance both those of us in person and online. Technology issues and social distancing orders have limited the productivity and of our staff, as well as added unnecessary stress as their learning plans have had constantly been modified. Any plan for a hybrid schedule to further limit the number of days for in-person learning will only add further stress, technology issues, and distractions for students and teachers. While some students and families have very legitimate reasons to choose option 2 for virtual learning and fully support their ability to remain so. That being said, families were given the opportunity to assess their risk and make the best choice for their families at the beginning of the year. And it's time to honor their requests. Thank you for your time, and I ask again that you vote in a manner to put students first.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elise Reismeyer. Please unmute.
Good evening. My name is Elise Reismeyer. I'm a junior at Cox High School. I want you to know that I am not comfortable with public speaking, and I'm only doing this because this issue is very important to me. I urge you all to get Option 1 students back in school for face-to-face learning 4 days a week as soon as possible. Be creative. Don't treat every school the same. If some schools can get more than 50% of the students back, then do it. Go with the 3 feet of social distancing if necessary to get more kids back in school. I know that the option of sending grades 9 and 10 and grades 11 and 12 back together was considered at one point and ultimately dismissed. From talking to other high school students, I know that the vast majority of us would much prefer this option to the current hybrid option. I am a college-bound student. Junior year is the most important year academically for anyone heading to college. Virtual learning doesn't work. It's awful. I've experienced technical difficulties regularly, to include assignments not uploading, being lost, and having to completely redo assignments. I also regularly experience issues with Zoom as well, causing me to not be able to receive portions of instruction. This causes additional and unnecessary stress. The hybrid schedule proposed will do nothing to eliminate this additional stress. I also have a question. I know for a fact that under the proposed plan, I will have one class where it is possible to maintain more than 6 feet of physical distance. If we are in a classroom and are more than 6 feet apart, will we still be required to wear a mask? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob Dolak. Unmute.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening to all members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone willing to speak. My name is Jacob Dulac, and I am a senior at Frank W. Cox High School. I wanted to express my opinions on the lack of transparency during this COVID-19 pandemic, the failure to plan for opening schools correctly and efficiently, and the lack of care for your senior class of 2021. During this pandemic, we have all constantly had questions. However, while most of the parents have been kept in the know, students have repeatedly been kept out of the loop and have constantly been wondering what will happen next. We as students deserve to know what is happening just as much as parents, yet it seems as though we are being cast to the side. I am disappointed in how this board has tried to handle this pandemic. When parents, students, and staff alike demanded for an answer to the never-ending question, when will the schools reopen, we were met with a response: we are going to wing it as we go. May I remind you that this response was given the day you all were supposed to have a plan in place. Now, as we go into the second quarter, the only plan we have been met with is a haphazardly put together one. I propose that we let students in by grade level. Freshmen on Tuesdays, sophomores on Wednesdays, and vice versa, while letting the rest of the students Zoom from home. It keeps the attendance in the building to a minimum while creating a closer learning environment for those in the classroom. Finally, I, along with the senior class of 2021, am ashamed of how little we are cared for currently. I assumed that this board wanted seniors back in the building as soon as possible, but it is apparent that this was not the case. The senior class is stepping into the college application process completely blind, with help only from a computer version of a teacher. This is not fair to us. We have had countless things taken from us due to COVID-19, but the preparation process for the next 4 years of our lives should be guaranteed first and foremost. My teachers and my parents shared the pain we felt throughout the class of 2021. They do not think that it's fair to keep the seniors from getting the help and assistance they need in these trying times. Dr. Spence, Madam Chair, and members of the board, I implore you to consider the effects of your decisions and to learn from them when you move forward on a plan to get your students back in school. Thank you all again for listening. I understand this is a difficult process, but please take into consideration how much pain these students are in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Saltak. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Suzanne Saltesiak. I'm a licensed clinical social worker that has been working with children and adolescents with mental health concerns for over 20 years. I've worked as a social worker, walking into homes where there are children living with abuse and neglect. For over 10 years, I worked as a therapist with children in the foster care system. I came today to thank you for passing and fighting for the equity policy that is so needed in our school district, but also because our response to this pandemic has not reflected us having an understanding of our privilege, and to call upon our schools to recognize and follow the recent CDC guidelines that were released regarding reopening. For example, I recently had to have a COVID test. I received my bill yesterday, and of the $131 charge, my insurance covered $1. I'm lucky that I was negative. I was also lucky that I have the money to pay that. If I continue to deal with exposures in the school, I'm not sure how many more of those I can do. But if I had been positive and had needed to get a test for my 2 children or my husband, that would be $524. That would be very difficult for many of our families who are struggling. Dr. Mitchell earlier tonight referenced ACE scores, discussing educational neglect. I think it's important to clarify that educational neglect is not consideration for state abuse and neglect statistics and teaching at home, nor homeschooling is referred to as part of the ACEs. In addition, the abuse and neglect that we measure in ACEs does not go away through school attendance. Many students that we have with high ACEs will not be served by returning to school. In actuality, many of our students who are in families with abusive or neglectful environments will choose that virtual option that we have. Many of these families typically want to avoid the oversight that happens in a school and therefore will opt to avoid the in-school. And by trying so hard to bring children back in and putting so much of our focus on that, we are not making the virtual option as good as it could to improve this. Secondly, Dr. Lindsay shared the increased impact of COVID-19 on our Black and Brown communities. Perhaps our more privileged families and administrators have not seen as much of an impact of the COVID-19. And perhaps that's why some of the issues and things that we hear about are things like socialization, weight gain, SAT tests, or the rigor of learning at home. But for many of our families where the risk is increased, where family members are the ones who are providing childcare, or where they are worried about safety or security or getting sick, or whether or not they'd be able to pay for a COVID test, or whether or not they have enough to go to the emergency room for it. This is all referenced through Maslow, which talks about how opening schools to address that educational gap that we've all been hearing about, it's not going to make a difference if we're not looking at what's in their underlying security concerns. Pediatricians today also spoke about a 60% increase in anxiety and depression. I recognize that the pediatric offices are now seeing more cases of mental health exacerbation, but I also must question whether or not this has a causal relationship, or whether or not this is statistically significant with the research that I've seen. I'm interested in hearing further research as to whether or not those are, or whether or not it is perhaps a shift in where children are needing to seek help because of schools being closed. To give you a very crass example, if I have 2 restaurants in a town that serve each about 50 people a night, one restaurant closes and the other starts serving 100, that's not an increase in the amount of people going out to eat, it's a shift in where they're going. And we have removed one of the places that was filtering some of those, and they did have to go to other places. I'm not suggesting that we know this is what's happening. I just am saying that we don't know, and that none of the research that I've seen yet can actually indicate causality with it. And I am concerned about basing decisions on it.
Ms. Alphy, your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Verbanek. Please unmute.
Good evening. Dr. Spence, you have asked for staff members to come to their principal or to you about concerns and issues that they have. You even seem a little frustrated that they have reached out to board members or community members for support. But what you and the administration have failed to realize is that there is a breakdown in communication that has been going on for a while between the top levels of administration and those who are working on the front lines. They fear retaliation and have seen it happen enough to themselves or peers that they are fearful of reaching out. This communication issue became even more significant once the pandemic hit, as now the repercussions of not addressing issues is so much bigger. That is why you have had them bravely reaching out to school board members or sending letters to the Ask Superintendent email. But they still don't feel that there is a way to reach out to those in charge about safety concerns. And now many feel that they have no other option than to leave. Mr. Robertson stated earlier that vacancy numbers are not reducing despite hiring. Last I heard, we were at roughly 90 staff vacancies. So until the school administration and board put together a safe means for staff to share their safety concerns about the guidelines of returning to school safely, we will continue to share their concerns. Several of the ones that we have heard recently are, number one, there are many teachers and assistants and students in my elementary school who are taking masks off in the classrooms. This is usually accompanied by an eye roll and a don't tell anyone. It is so easy to become complacent when you are in your familiar environment every day. And I think they are playing with fire, as are the folks who have doctor's notes to just wear a clear face shield instead of a mask. We recently had someone escorted around by admin as it was bragged about how all of our students were so good about wearing the mask. The desire of these administrators to look good in front of their supervisors takes precedent over our safety. Number two, I am a school bus driver and I drive for some schools that have had positive cases. I haven't been notified once of a positive case. I'm concerned that we are not included in the alerting. Number three, just found out yesterday that PPE masks that have sent for school nurses are not medical grade, so we are unprotected. In addition, the plexiglass can only be cleaned with soap and water. That doesn't kill COVID. Number four, there was someone at my school that wasn't notified about a positive test because they are itinerant, and so they didn't get the alert now. This is especially pertinent because they actually spend most of the day that the person who tested positive was there in that classroom. But in the stress of dealing with it, no one remembered that that member was there that day and would have been a close contact. Number five, A staff member's husband is showing all signs of COVID, but it's going to be 2 to 4 days before they have results. And when they contacted their direct supervisor to let them know, they were told that she is required to come to work until he actually tests positive. She is worried that she could be exposing others to COVID, but is afraid she will get in trouble for telling anyone. Number 6, my school is requiring staff meetings in the library, multi-purpose room, or cafeteria, even though we have staff working all virtually. Our staff would be about 60 or so adults, which is the max the cafeteria can hold. I'm concerned because the safety document we agreed to had something in it about keeping meetings virtual. Number 7, I'm going on maternity leave and have been asked if I really need all 6 weeks to which I am entitled by federal law. I heard that a teacher at a different school agreed to reduce maternity leave after a meeting with her principal and assistant principal. Is it even legal for them to ask? Number 8, how are we letting ESL families know about positive COVID tests in the school? In my school, we have a huge ESL population, and many of them don't.
You can follow up with your remaining questions, okay?
Our next speaker is Andrea Arcona. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Ms. Arcona is not online. Our next speaker will be Andy Van. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we can't do this in person, but regarding in-person classes, I'm reminded of the proverb that the best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago, and the second best time is right now. As I see our children competing against kids from China, India, Europe, and the entire world, which includes kids from across the United States, it's important, I think, that they get back to the most effective form of teaching, and that is in person. Your priority, as you have stated, is educational excellence, and I'm grateful that we are getting closer to that by bringing kids back into school. So I ask that you adopt that recommendation, although I don't quite know what it is. It's not written down, so I'm unable to comment on the specifics, but just the idea of it being in person is better, and I think we've heard a number of students already describe that it's better to be in person. I would ask, though, that you also investigate the possibility of doing solely virtual and solely in-person classes, because I'm not a teacher, but I gotta believe that makes it really hard. And so perhaps you could survey the teachers again to get a more current idea of how many would like to teach in the classroom now as opposed to not. Somebody else brought up the equity issue, and I think I still have time. So if you don't mind, I'd like to comment on two not on the agenda items. I'll wait for you to tell me no.
I'm sorry, but we have to. You're welcome to follow up with an email to us. Does that work for you?
Sure. Someone earlier did comment on the equity issue, though. So, but okay, thank you. I'll do that. I'll send you an email. And thank you.
Reference.
And thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Slindy. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, and Superintendent Spence, and members of the school board. My name is Kathleen Slindy, and I serve as the president-elect of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I'd like to speak tonight on the resolution regarding reversion and revenue actual over/under budget fund. First, I would like to thank the administration for instituting the COVID dashboard. When the pandemic hit and the school buildings closed in March, members of the VBEA shared with the school board and the administration the many concerns we had regarding the pandemic and the safe reopening of schools. We very much appreciate that you listened to our concerns and instituted the COVID dashboard, as it allows for greater transparency to the employees and the community on when and where COVID outbreaks occur in our schools. Moving forward, we request that updates on the effects and/or impact of the pandemic on our school division continue as part of the formal agenda. It is important that the community have the opportunity to speak to issues that directly affect the health and well-being of the students, employees, and families of the VBCPS during the pandemic. Now, to the resolution regarding reversion and revenue clearly illustrates that the projected shortfalls to both city and state revenues did not happen. Thankfully, funds are now available to provide for a $1,000 bonus for full-time employees, as well as increasing the stipend for those who teach concurrently, plus additional funding for 2 major building projects, for a sizable safety net to cover any possible revenue shortfalls in the 2021-22 budget, and for a $2 million addition to the risk management fund. This $36 million in reversion funds is great news considering the economic and health challenges placed on our division during the pandemic. We hope that the school board will approve the resolution. The VBA Board of Directors, however, is concerned that ongoing funding is not available for annual step increases for years of service or cost of living allowances for employees. The VBA understands that ongoing funds are needed to adequately fund employee compensation, and this is why we are asking that the school board allocate funds for a salary and compensation study. The study will help as the Planning and Performance Committee charts the course for the 2021-22 budget and plans for employee compensation. Perhaps our friends in City Council would be willing to collaborate on such a study, as this issue affects our city and not just the school division. Furthermore, I would remind the administration and the school board of the VBA salary study for 2019 that was released just before the pandemic hit in March. Based on our research, the average teacher salary has decreased by 8% relative to the Virginia state average since 2014. This means this division is 4% behind the average teacher salary for the state of Virginia. This study also verifies that the VBCPS average teacher salary is roughly $3,000 below the per capita income in the city. Average teacher salary compared to the average citizen has lost 20% in their standard of living over 10 years. And finally, inflation in the Virginia Beach area over the past 10 years is more than 18%. Over the same time, average teacher salary has increased only 8%. If you quantify the VRS deduction and include that, the increase in average teacher salary drops to only 3%. No wonder we're losing our educators. Coupled with the negative impacts of the pandemic, this is not a sustainable model if we wish to retain and attract quality educators to our profession. For over a decade, educators have seen benefits erode and pay stagnate. Class sizes have increased, and the demands that our society has placed on schools land squarely on the shoulders of our principals, counselors, and teachers. And now employees have been forced to choose between their well-being and their jobs. Many are just throwing in the towel. Developing a realistic plan to increase salaries and compensation for educators calls for stakeholders to work collaboratively. We look forward to working with you in order to make this happen. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to thank all of our teachers, principals, and all of our support staff who deserve our gratitude for all that they've done in order to support our division. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Cynthia Romero. Please unmute.
Welcome. Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. Special greetings to Superintendent Dr. Spence, School Board Chair Rye, Vice School Board Chair Melnick, and other school board members. I am Dr. Cynthia Romero, a native of Virginia Beach, current director of the M. Foscue Brock Institute for Community and Global Health at Eastern Virginia Medical School, and a former state health commissioner. I first want to thank all of you, especially the school board, for your diligence and time to assure that students, parents, teachers, and staff are safe. Secondly, I celebrate the teachers, parents, and students and staff who continue to do the best they can to be flexible in this unprecedented time of trying to adapt during a pandemic. Third, I applaud everyone for their continued efforts to try to follow the CDC and VDH guidelines that are impacting our world, our lives, and our hearts. Lastly, I want to urge everyone to please continue to be as patient, understanding, creative, and proactive as possible to keep each other safe and to support each other mentally and physically during these historical times. As we continue to learn more and more about COVID-19, and as we are transitioning into a new season of weather and holidays, we are also seeing the threats of common illnesses that occur during this time, such as the flu, colds, and other respiratory viruses. However, we are in a position to do what we can to protect each other and to support one another. I urge you to please continue to be as patient and diligent as you can be with those strategies that we know will help prevent the spread of all viruses: physical distancing, surface disinfecting, wearing the masks, and having hand hygiene, and also getting your flu vaccine. I hope each of you continue to find ways to connect with each other virtually, to love each other, to support each other, and to protect each other mentally and physically. Please be as patient as you can and know that we are in this together. We will make it through. Thank you and good evening.
Madam Chair, that was our last speaker on agenda items.
Just a moment, please. Okay, we do have one more speaker.
Joseph Riley Zoe Howard.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Joseph Riley Zobe Howard.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Riley Zobe Howard, and I'm a junior attending Frank W. Cox High School. I have arrived here today to address the factors that will affect the students and the faculty for the current educational climate. My topics for today will be revolving around scheduling for the rest of this semester to fit comfortably and safely, times for athletic activities, and concerns of my own representing students. Students are losing their routine that was absorbed from attending school constantly. It's difficult for students to adapt to this environment where work ethic is not expected. Here are some statements that I have prepared that shall be represented under my name due to the Section 710 policy, last line of the second paragraph. Kids that are seniors this year have missed out on events and will be missing out on future events to come. It would be nice to get all students in the building to grow stronger relationships, not to mention if they need career guidance for their future or if they need college application assistance. A majority of teachers that I've spoken with claim they are struggling to adjust to the environment they are working in and how difficult it is to contact students who need help the most. Teachers are using Mondays to meet with students to schedule makeups and remediation after school. This is extremely important when you don't see them face to face. My concerns are based on safety. I don't feel like we have taken adequate measures to keep kids and teachers safe. We've changed from the CDC guidelines 6 to 3 feet. More kids in the building makes it more difficult when we are enforcing proper social distancing and contact exposure. In addition, if we set up based on the plan they're referring to, splitting by alpha, I feel there is an equity issue that teachers are not able to provide the same level of education from virtual learning and face-to-face. The constant change of schedules will be strenuous for students to create a work ethic, and it will be more difficult for students to adapt to the environment. After speaking with a plethora of students, I believe Monday is an amazing benefit when it comes to teachers not being overwhelmed with work 24/7 and should be kept for the remainder of this year. Now, this is specifically for any plan we have for a schedule, just throwing that out there. The limitations for extracurricular activities and after-school practice. When students are not allowed to participate in physical sports like football because of contact regulations, are they really practicing? I am eager for the time when returning to school is a reality, don't get me wrong. I believe it's the best way to build a strong relationship with your teachers. Great first impressions and sturdy bonds allow you to not only learn more, but for your teacher to acknowledge you have a desire to You have a desire to prosper and listen to instruction thoroughly. It's beginning to sound quite circuitous, but this brings me to my main argument. Currently, Cox High School has quite the number of students attending both virtual and face-to-face learning. The amount of students to the number of classrooms is preposterous. Hallways are packed like a can of sardines. There is no way that we can regulate grades one by one at this rate without some form of media exposure that will end up concerning parents and in turn getting the school board in trouble. This is why, with the circumstances and restrictions due to the virus, we should wait until we get a green light that we can release the students all at the same time. My proposal is we return to our routine as if nothing happened next semester, rather than as soon as possible. Students should go back to school next semester because we will be granted enough time to properly decide on after-school activities, how our funds are dispersed, and efficiently sort out the policy for in-school attendance and safety for all students. I believe that we are rushing this process, and when something is pushed too fast to a certain extent, blindly, we get a result more aberrant than expected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that was the last speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, consent agenda. The following items are presented as part of this evening's consent agenda. Item A, annual field trip report. Item B, policy review committee recommendations. 1, policy 257, staff members as consultants outside the division. 2, policy 3-74, alterations, naming of schools or parts thereof. Item 3, policy 382, transportation of disabled students. Item 4, B4, policy 44, equal employment opportunity, non-discrimination, and anti-harassment and compliance officers. B5, policy 544, sexual harassment, sexual violence, and inappropriate sexual conduct prohibited, students. B6, policy 566, student directory information. And last of the policies, B7, policy 744, awards to students. And then consent agenda item C, religious exemption. Any modifications to this list? Okay, then a motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, second. Mrs. Riggs. Okay, please show your affirmation with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you all. Okay. Action items. A, personnel report, administrative appointments. A motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs?
Approved, Donnie Holtz.
Okay, we'll take Mrs. Holtz for motion and Mrs. Riggs second. Discussion. Mrs. Melnick.
Just so the public knows, we get these administrative appointments twice a month. And just for the record, this was 6 pages long. And so usually we don't see that until like normal retirement time, but it was 6 pages. And so as we continue to muddle through this, there is constant hiring, resignations, early retirements, and I think it was important to note the length of that document.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Okay, with that, please show your affirmation with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Dr. Spence, do you have anyone to introduce tonight, this evening?
I do, yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. As before, this person will not be officially in front of the board tonight. We will bring them back for a meeting with you at a later date, but you have this evening want to recognize Charity Zelmer. Charity has served with distinction of Virginia Beach. She's been an office associate, an administrative office associate. She's been a financial assistant, a budget analyst. Most recently has been serving as financial management specialist in the Office of Budget Development. And this evening, we're very pleased you've accepted our recommendation for her to serve as the next coordinator of budget development in the Office of Budget Development in the Department of Budget and Finance. So congratulations to Ms. Zelmer.
Thank you. All right, Section B of action this evening concerns, B, C, and D are 3 separate budget resolutions. So before we get to discussion, Mrs. Melnick, I'll ask you to read the first resolution, introduce the motion. And this is Resolution Budget Fiscal Year 1920 regarding reversion and revenue actual over under budget funds.
Correct. Okay. Whereas due to the novel coronavirus disease 2019, Virginia Beach City Public Schools was anticipating a total shortfall in fiscal year 2019-20 of $25 million, $23 million from the local revenue sharing formula, and $2 million from the state. And whereas the Department of Budget and Finance responded by deactivating all procurement cards, canceling or delaying all non-essential projects, and limiting purchasing to items and services essential to the emergency. And whereas the actual shortfall based on the local revenue sharing formula was $2,724,349, and whereas federal and state and other revenue sources totaled $6,391,546 over budget, and whereas on October 13th, 2020, the school board was presented with a summary of the unaudited financial statements for fiscal year 1920, year ending June 30th, 2020, showing the reversion amount to the city's general fund. And whereas the amount of fiscal year 1920 school operating reversion funds available, excluding revenues under budget, is $30,817,755. And whereas $6,391,546 came in as additional revenue over the appropriated budget, increasing the school operating reversion amount to $37,209,301. And whereas $1,355,022 reverted from the athletic fund, and $463,303 reverted from the Green Run Collegiate Charter School Fund. And whereas the estimated total amount available for reappropriation is $39,027,626, and whereas the city is currently indicating a fiscal year 1920 revenue actual under budget of $2,724,349 based on the revenue sharing formula. And whereas the net reversion funding available for reappropriation is $36,303,277. And whereas the administration recommends the following for the available funds in the amount of $36,303,277. $5,500,000 to be reappropriated to the School Reserve Special Revenue Fund to cover possible revenue shortfalls in the fiscal year 21-22 School Operating Fund 115. $15,803,277 to be reappropriated to the CIP Fund for Project 1-024 Lynn Haven Middle School Expansion for Achievable Dreams, $8,750,000. And Project 1-107 Princess Anne High School Replacement, totaling $7,053,277. $2 million to be reappropriated to the Risk Management Fund 650, and $13 million to be reappropriated to the School Operating Fund 115 to provide a one-time bonus of $1,000 for all full-time equivalent employees, which is $11 million, and increase the stipend amount for teachers providing dual instruction for Option 1 face-to-face and Option 2 virtual students, totaling $2 million. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach approves the recommended uses of the fiscal year 1920 reversion and revenue actual over budget funds as presented by the administration. And be it further resolved that the school board requests that the City Council approve the reappropriation of fiscal year 1920 reversion and revenue actual over budget funds shown above. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, and the clerk of the board is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the mayor, each member of City Council, the city manager, and the city clerk, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 27th day of October, 2020.
Thank you. So before discussion, is there a second? Mrs. Manning. Okay. Mr. Hunziker, if you would approach, and so the board was provided a short presentation during workshop, And we ended there with, before questions, but we're first going to ask Mr. Hunziker to add appropriate commentary to the resolution that's just been read.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. I think the major points I would make is, and it's in the resolution, we were expecting a shortfall of $25 million. We were also, and that was information coming from us from the state and from the city staff, budget staff, and the city council. So, $25 million, we had to manage last year's budget to make sure we had at least that amount of money that we didn't spend, because we can't overspend our budget. In addition, we had no reason to believe, and all the analysis we did suggested that we would have no revenues come in over budget. As a matter of fact, we thought it would be just the opposite. So that's $6 million plus additional revenues added to the reversion monies. We didn't have the 25 million shortfall. It was 2.7 million of the city's revenue sharing formula. So we had 36 million plus to reappropriate. That's 4.2% of the operating budget. Historically, our average annual reversions is around 2%. If you took out the 25 million from the 36 million, that would leave 11.3 million. That's only a 1.3% of the operating budget. If you take out the 6.391 that was revenues coming in over the budget, that only leaves 4.9 million. If all of that would have happened, we would have had 0.6% of the budget left. And that's really spending it down to almost zero. None of that happened. We have the 36 million. We put the words in the resolution to help the city council understand why we had this amount of money. The city also had a huge fund balance left over. And the council is aware that our fund balance is going to be higher also this. We're scheduled to meet with the city council on the 10th of November to talk about our reversion funds. And I've asked Dr. Spence to go with me if he's available. So they're not meeting, the council's not meeting on the 3rd, which they would normally be. So that's voting day. So their next meeting is the 10th. So we need you to approve this tonight. We have a short time frame, especially with one of the CARES Act funding, and we'll talk about that in a minute. One of those 11.7 million CARES funding, we didn't find out till just a little bit more than a week ago. We only have until December the 30th to spend that money. I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Okay, we have Mrs. Manning and Mrs. Melnick.
Well, first, I just want to say, Mr. Hunziker, thank you. Thank you so much to you and your team for all your hard work. This was pretty scary when it first started. We were very concerned about our budget, and thanks to you and having you at the helm, this is just incredible to me. So thank you so much. You also listened to my request, as well as a few other board members, of increasing the stipend for our teachers, and you even went over and above. And I believe probably need to thank Mr. Mira as well. Thank you to Ms. Weems and her committee for working with you as well on this. One question that I have is our anticipated shortfall regarding ADM. That would be anticipated in next year's budget?
What we've been told by the state, and it's not totally determined yet, but they are not going to reduce our projected ADM, they're going to leave it based on what the September 30th numbers were projected to be. Yeah, so now that's for right now. They're also not going to do any reduction after the calendar year ends. We're told they're going to wait until any adjustments, typically final adjustments, are done on the March report. However, the legislature meets in January. Our hope is that they are going to take action and hold school divisions harmless with ADM reductions during the course of this year. So we believe that will happen. We don't think, because it could be hundreds of millions of dollars that school divisions would lose
Across the state,
Virginia,
right.
if they just base it on the ADM.
But I do think, Mrs. Manning, that we have significant concern that will not hold next year.
Yeah.
So, in other words, we're hoping the General Assembly takes action, and we should all be advocating for the General Assembly to take action in January to hold school divisions harmless this year, because we're in the middle of a budget year, and it was built on projections, and it always is. I would not anticipate necessarily that the General Assembly would take similar action for the following school year, because we'll be basing those projections on a new set of ADM.
Right, okay.
I think that's a very important point, because, we're going into building next year's budget, and we're going to have to reflect more accurate projections of what we believe the enrollment will be in next year. And I want to say thank you, Ms. Manning, but it's a team effort.
Yeah, I said you and your
have
team, yeah.
The superintendent
Yeah,
that supports
thank
our
you.
recommendations. We have a great staff. The senior staff work together.
Yep.
We couldn't have stopped all these expenditures if we hadn't had everybody working together, including our principals. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to everyone.
All right, Mrs. Melnick and then Mrs. Anderson.
I just wanted to say, I'm sad it can't be the 3.5% that we budgeted for. That was really what we worked really hard for this year. But I hope that the teachers view this as that little lifeline and it shows our appreciation even in some small way. So thank you.
So Mrs. Anderson and then Mrs. Weems.
Mr. Hunziker, just for clarification purposes, would you mind explaining so that the public understands what the risk management is all about? Just a little bit.
Well, yes. We have a risk management fund that covers all of the types of insurances that we provide for employees. We purchase insurance for all of our facilities, equipment, automobile insurances, the liability coverages, the errors and omissions insurance that covers board members and administrators, workers' comp. There's a list of about 19 or 20 things that's listed in the risk management fund. And it's tens of millions of dollars and typically we use that fund to pay the bills for the year for all the coverages that we have. We also have a deductible, for example, for damages during a hurricane or weather event that damages buildings and property. We have coverage, but we also have a deductible that we have to pay. So every coverage we have has a deductible, and that deductible, just like your car insurance or your home insurance, you typically have a deductible you have to pay before your insurance kicks in. We've run the risk management real close. It's getting real close, and I can't take the chance that it will be overspent. We have been told by the city, some of you were here years ago. Dan, I know you remember when the city merged and basically wiped our risk management. We had about $20 million in the risk management fund. It went away. And at that time, we felt like that the city would cover us if we ever needed it, and that's not happening. We were told by the city finance staff a couple years ago that no, any additional cost for risk management needs, we had to cover it within our general fund. So it covers us for lots of different things.
Thank you.
And I can
I just
send-
wanted to make sure that the public is aware of that, because by putting $2 million into that, I didn't want people to say, well, why are you doing that? Why are you putting that money in there? What is the purpose of doing it now? So, thank you. The other thing I wanted to say was I'm really happy to see the tripling of the stipend. We talked about that a couple weeks ago, and I'm so glad to see that it's happening, and it's just one of those things that we can do while dual teaching is not what we want to have to happen. It is a reality of what's happening right now because of this COVID situation, and so it is just one little way that we can show some appreciation, and the fact that we were also, I'm so happy to hear that we're going to do the bonus for our employees, because it has taken everybody. I mean, everybody is working triple hard to make things happen. Staff down here has worked triple hard. Our janitors are working super hard. Everybody, teachers, janitors, teacher assistants, everyone is stepped up. And so this is just one more way to show them a little bit more of appreciation. And I appreciate that you all took it to heart. We talked about this again at the last meeting, and I pushed for that. And so I'm really happy to hear that that's going to happen.
I will share with you that the city has also paid some one-time bonuses, stipends, or whatever you want to call it, to different groups, the first responders, essential employees. So the range that they paid was from $250 to $2,500 in increments in between. So we're not the only ones that are going to try to reward our employees for what they're experiencing.
Thank you. And Dr. Spence, thank you to you for listening also. We appreciate it, because I know that, like you said, it's a team effort on the budget side. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you, that's all.
Thank you. Mrs. Weems, and then Mrs. Riggs.
Yes, thank you. And Farrell, excellent job to you and your team. This was good news, obviously, because it was quite scary. But, and I just want to thank Sharon and Dottie on the PPMC committee, because we actually got to review this first and spent a couple hours on that, and we asked about risk management. The three of us kind of felt like it was a little heavy on the CIP, so we actually asked Farrell and Dr. Spence to go back and take money from the CIP and add it in order to be able to triple that that stipend for those teachers who are doing the incredibly challenging task of teaching both in person and virtually, and because we knew that we had talked about that before, and Dr. Spence and Farrell certainly agreed to that. So I want to thank you for that, and Dottie and Sharon, thank you for pushing that as well at committee meeting to so that we could be all on the same page and be unanimous in supporting this as recommended now. And thank you. I really do appreciate that.
Yes, Dr. Spence.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to offer a
And
quick,
thank you, Mrs. Weems.
quick clarification. What we've done is effectively triple the funding available for these stipends. So we originally, as you might recall, allocated $2 million to this out of CARES funding. And we're now allocating, as was discussed earlier in the workshop, an additional roughly $2 million out of the CARES funding, and then $2 million out of this reversion to triple those funds. That may or may not be sufficient to triple the actual stipend. I just want to be clear, because we know we're bringing more teachers on board now as we bring more students back. So we've tripled the funding, and we'll figure out the exact allocation, but we will use the full funding that the board has allocated for stipends to make sure that it is certainly beyond what it is now. I would imagine beyond double, and somewhere between double and triple. And if not triple, we will try to get there by the end of the year. But I do want that clarification. I don't want that to be misconstrued.
Appreciate it, thank you. All right, Mrs. Riggs, and then Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I just want to ditto what everyone said. Thank you so much, Farrell. And I want to thank Dr. Spence too, because I know that I personally met with him. Bev did too. We asked him specifically several weeks ago what he could do. So he has, he went to Farrell. And then what happened was the great thing that, with the reversion funds and getting all the money back. So it did work. So I know how much Dr. Spence has put into this as well. And the blood and sweat and the tears all of you guys have down here in the administration building. The amount of work that you've put into getting our kids back to school and not knowing how the situation was going to be because of COVID, like the rest of this world. None of us know. But I think you've done an excellent job, and I want to make sure that we recognize you for doing the job you're doing, because this is a huge, huge school system. And I don't think everybody really actually knows how much time and energy it takes to work and rework what you've had to do to get our students back to school safely, and how hard you've worked to get them safely back to school. So I want, and to make sure you're rewarding our teachers and our employees and doing as much as you can to help them out. I know it's very difficult. I know there's many teachers out there that are still afraid to go back. I get it. I'm sure you guys do too. You understand as well. But we appreciate all the hard work that our teachers and our administrators in the schools are doing. All of that they've had to do. I would not want to be sitting in their seat. People say to us, gosh, how are you doing it being on the school board and having to make these decisions? And I feel like our decisions are probably easier than the rest of you guys, because you've had to come up with a plan. And coming up with a plan to make this work has been a phenomenal job. And thank you very much. I just wanted to give the recognition to all the people that deserve that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and then Mrs. Felton.
Well, like my colleagues, I'm certainly thrilled that we can do the stipends at a level that is meaningful, and the bonus is well deserved and well timed as far as getting the money to them before the end of the year. Most importantly, though, I don't want it to go unnoticed. We're returning to what used to be good self-discipline and practice in the proper use of one-time money, with the almost $16 million going into CIP. I hope we can sustain this next year and following years, when we may not have as much at the end of the year. But it's the practice that we did follow religiously way back when, and since the issues we had in 08, 09, and 10, which forced us out of that, we're getting back there with this one, and I would ask the Mrs. Weems committee to work with Farrell and staff to try to make sure we can do that a year from now as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, Dr. Spence.
I just wanted to add one more point of clarification, because it was discussed at the workshop. I'm not sure it'll come up precisely in the action agenda, because it's not an action item. It's an operations. It's an operational fund item. So I just want to mention, because a couple of you have talked about the desire to do a little bit more for staff. And so one other thing that we did do, and we did discuss with the PPMC, but it's not up for board approval because it's out of this year's operating fund, is the going back and taking once we had a better idea of the revenue picture. So once we understood that we weren't losing revenue, once we understood that we were getting this additional CARES Act funding, we were able to go back and go through the budget and identify an additional almost $2 million in the current budget to reinstate a pay increase associated with an experience step increase of 0.5% for steps 1 through 30, a cost of living adjustment above step 30, and a 0.25% 0-year experience pay increase. And so that is not going to be reflected in your action agenda tonight, but because we're not in workshop, I thought it was important to just put that additional piece of information on the table as you're considering the various ways in which we're looking at compensating staff.
Okay, thank you. Now Mrs. Felton.
Thank
And then
you.
Mrs. Holtz.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank my colleagues, school board colleagues, for allowing this PPM, Planning and Performance Management Committee, to exist, because it does alleviate a lot of the stress as we're moving forward with the budget. And Mrs. Weem, as the chair, it has really been a wonderful experience to be able to have conversation about budgeting before we get to the actual act of doing it. It alleviates us trying to figure out what is going on. So I just want to thank my colleagues for really boosting this PPM committee. Is really working. And I just have to say that I am really pleased with what we came out with the process. Did we want more? Always. But I like one of the statement that Dr. Smith made after Ms. Williams, myself, and Mrs. Holtz really had conversation about the stipends and the dual. And he said, it is really priceless. And it really is not a price that we can put or place on what our teachers and our staffs are doing in this time of unprecedented time of thing that is happening. But I just want to thank Farrell and his team for having the patience for all of the questions that we ask. And when we got down to the management risk, when we got down to that particular segment on the agenda, he slowed down and gave us the information that we needed. Because Mrs. Weems and myself, we wasn't letting up a little bit. We wasn't letting up much. We wanted to know exactly what it was all about. And thank you for explaining it to the community, our hearing audience, at what we are doing. We take this work pretty seriously. You can never put a price on an individual's life. You can never put a price on what they do daily with passion. And when you go into something that you're very passionate about, sometimes your emotions can show. But I just want to thank you, Dr. Spence, for going a step beyond and doing exceptional work with this, with your three-prong approach for instructors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Holtz. And then we have Mrs. Weems, Mrs. Anderson, and then we have 2 more resolutions to work through.
Thank you so much. I guess Mrs. Felton said pretty much what I was going to say, and also Ms. Weems referred to it earlier. I also serve on that Planning and Performance Committee, and I will say I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Farrell, because at that meeting, when the money was presented to us, it just seemed to be so tight, and all 3 of us talked about raising the stipend and also including more people in that bonus, and it just looked like it wasn't going to happen. But once again, Farrell and his team juggled things to make it happen, and it did. So once again, I want to say thank you so much. All right.
So Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little to what Mr. Edwards said. We did agree to that it was important, obviously, to first start contributing more to CIP, because that's what City Council had also referenced, months and months ago, and then also reversion funds to be used as one-time money. But the 3 of us also said that this, that was pre-COVID City Council's request, and this is such an exceptional year that we thought that we should skim a little bit off that in order to add more to that stipend fund. But we will definitely remain disciplined in the future in those areas. And again, I wanted to thank Dr. Spence for bringing that up, because I was going to bring up the step increase now as well. So basically, like you said, it's a 3-prong approach: bonuses, extra stipend, and experience step increase in COLA above 30 years. So that's 3 ways that we're really helping our employees. And I think that's a great thing that we're doing. Most school divisions are not able or have not done that. So yay us, and yay our teachers and employees.
Okay, and Mrs. Anderson?
Well, I was going to mention this before, but as Dr. Spence pointed out, it wasn't part of this resolution, but since you brought it up, I just want to say that I am most happy about I am most happy about the reinstatement of the step money. Because those of you who know me know that I've been harping about this since March and April when it was taken away. and I've talked about it all summer long. How could we get it back? Let's just reinstate this step. On and on and on. And people who know me know that it's just been like I was driven to try to get this back. So I am so thrilled that we're going to have this step included because it's not a lot, but it does go toward retirement. And that's important because the bonus is wonderful, but it does not go toward the retirement. And I know for the younger teachers, they may not think it's important, but it is important. When you get to that 25 and 30-year range and you're ready to retire, you wish you had that extra little bit put in there for that step, and that's really important. And I felt it was really unjustified to pull it out last spring, but now I'm thrilled that it's back. So thank you so much.
All right, with that, are we ready to vote, folks? Please, we have the motion and the second on the floor, so by a raised hand, you're approving this resolution.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, so that leads to C. Second resolution, federal coronavirus relief funds, otherwise known as CRF, awarded to Virginia school divisions. And Mrs. Melnick, would you introduce the motion, please?
Whereas the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act was signed into law on March 27, 2020, and whereas CRF awards were provided to states under the CARES Act, and a portion is being made available directly to school divisions to help cover costs in preparing for, responding to, and mitigating the impacts of the novel coronavirus disease pandemic. And whereas CRF awards are intended for costs incurred related to COVID-19 in reopening and operating public schools during the first months of the 2021 school year. And whereas CRF awards provided to school divisions are allocated based on a projected September 30th, 2020 fall membership count, 66,725.90 for Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and a per pupil amount of $175. And whereas CRF awards will not be adjusted later for actual September 30th, 2020 fall membership. And whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools will receive a CRF allocation in the amount of $11,677,033. And whereas these funds were not appropriated to the school board of the City of Virginia Beach in the fiscal year 2021 budget ordinance adopted by the City Council May 12, 2020. And whereas the funding will support COVID-19 preparedness and response measures for the 2021 school year to include supplemental staffing costs, personal protective equipment, cleaning supplies, and technology to support distance learning. And whereas the school board of the City of Virginia Beach requests an additional appropriation of $11,677,033 into the categorical grants fund to be used for expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 health emergency as permitted by the Virginia Department of Education. And now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach approves the recommended use of the CRF allocation as presented by the administration. And be it further resolved that the school board requests that the City Council approve the appropriation of funds for the CRF allocation in fiscal year 2021. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, and the clerk of the board is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the mayor, each member of City Council, the city manager, and the city clerk, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 27th day of October 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Melnick. A second? Mrs. Weems. Okay, Mr. Hunziker. Again, so now we're switching gears to federal funding. And maybe you could just share briefly, this is the second stage of CARES for the public. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rye. specifically to this 11 million, $700,000 that we are being allocated. The keys to that is that notice of this, and this is coming from the governor's emergency funds, not VDOEs, it's the governor's funds. We had late notice about a week and a half ago. Since we had information from VDOE that gave us the parameters of how we could use it. And the key to these funds is they have to be spent, not encumbered. They have to be spent by December the 30th. So that's critical to us. If you approve it tonight, it will go to the city council. They don't meet on the 3rd, which they normally would. They will be meeting on November the 10th. And so we'll have a very short window. What that requires us to do, because honestly, we can't spend this amount of money in that short period of time coming up with new things. So what we're going to do, the first CARES Act, $10,149,000, we didn't have to spend all of that till October of 22. We're going to take some of those things that were in the spending plan that y'all approved back in August for those funds. We're going to move some of those spending items and use these monies because we already know what we've already spent and will be spending and know that they'll be spent by December the 20th. That's one strategy we're going to use. So the key is we have a short period of time. It's not going to be approved by the city council until at least November the 10th. And so we're working on strategies of making sure that we come up with a spending plan that that will be able to be spent by December the 30th. That plan doesn't exist, and that's why I gave you general guidelines of how we propose to spend it, because we're still working on it. So that's the best information I can give you on this one.
Okay, so any comments or questions, starting with Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, I know we're only talking about 11C right now, but can you explain to me the difference between C and D? Is it just where the money is coming from, or do they have any differences on how they are spent?
It's still part of the federal CARES money that is allocated by the federal government. Some of it went to, I guess, the Federal Department of Education, and that came to us through VDOE as more or less an educational funding. That was the $10,149,000. And by the way, about 370 of that $10,149,000 has to go to private schools. So we didn't get quite all of it, but almost all of it. The $11,700,000 is coming from a subset of the CARES money, but it went directly to governors of the states. So I guess the governor figured out that, and because he kept hearing that schools needed more money, we may have, you know, it may cost more in transportation, it may cost more, we may have to add staff to fund the positions needed to implement the instructional program. So he finally decided that he could give us part of his funds to supplement the needs that we have. But those funds that he's given us had a different deadline for expenditures. So that's the best I can.
So, so item C, you said has to be spent by the end of December. Does item D also?
No.
Okay.
The D is
Okay.
same timeline as the first CARES Act.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick?
So one of, so technology is listed on here. And so is that money, like the technology portion, earmarked for larger technology issues, or could it be
Well,
used
it
to?
can be, I'll give you, for the hotspots that we have, the additional Chromebooks that we had to purchase, iPads that we had to purchase, even replacing interactive whiteboards, a number of the software systems that we've implemented because of the virtual.
Okay.
Some upgrades to some of the technology equipment that we have, that technology runs in to enable us to do all of this for everyone out
Right,
there.
right.
So and a replacement, provide the newest laptops to as many teachers as we could.
Bingo, that's what I wanted to know. If that
But
could
I
be
could
part of
give you an
this.
update on it, yes.
Okay.
And an order has been placed.
Sorry, say that again?
An order for those laptops has already been placed. We had intended, and we placed this order back actually in August.
Okay,
But as you know, every school system in the country is ordering
Yes.
laptops right now, and so there's
Mhm.
backlog. We talked about this backlog some time back, but that backlog continues. We anticipated getting them in November, and now we think it's gonna be early December before we get them.
yikes, okay.
We are actually purchasing Cox internet service for a significant number of families, and we're able to use some of these care funds to do that.
Okay.
So it's not just the hotspots that are in certain places. We're
Mhm.
actually providing high-speed internet to a number of homes and
Okay.
I will mention too, because I know it was brought up, so I'll just mention this. We are also purchasing microphones for concurrent instruction.
Nice.
So, because I know that was an issue that some folks had raised
Yeah,
with you all, so
it
just so
is.
you're aware.
So I thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, are we ready? Or Mrs. Weems, please.
On those same lines, PPE, something was mentioned today about medical grade PPE and NE. Is that the same situation, that it's hard to get because everybody's getting it? Are we good with that? I know something was mentioned earlier in public comment.
About for the school nurses?
Yeah, yeah.
So all of the PPE that we have ordered meets the federal guidelines for PPE for schools. So this isn't intended to be medical grade PPE, like the full gear PPE that you would wear if you were like, say, my wife working with COVID patients. But it is all approved at the federal level for use in schools as a mitigation.
By the nurses.
But there are, and we have ordered, and we have the additional medical attire that they need, the gowns.
So for the nurses,
and
right,
they
so the
need
gowns and the
plexiglass.
face shields and the masks and all of that,
So
that has been
we
ordered.
have that, and nurses have that available if they're working with a student that.
Okay.
that need-
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, anything else before we proceed? All right then, everyone in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. And finally, action item D, this resolution, Federal CARES Act set aside funds under the Elementary and Secondary Relief Fund and the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. With acronyms noted. Mrs. Melnick, again, please introduce the motion.
Whereas the Federal CARES Act was signed into law on March 27, 2020, and whereas the CARES Act includes a $30.75 billion education stabilization fund with three components: an elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, a governor's emergency education relief fund, and a higher education emergency relief fund. And whereas CARES Act state aside elementary and secondary school emergency relief and Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds are for emergency relief and intended to address the impact that the novel coronavirus disease has had and continues to have on elementary and secondary schools across the nation. Whereas CARES Act state set aside elementary and secondary school emergency relief and Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds were awarded through formula-based and competitive grants to support various programs and activities. And whereas Virginia Beach City Public Schools has been allocated elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds in the amount of $397,953.86, and Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds in the amount of $1,236,708 for a total award of $1,634,661.86. And whereas these funds were not appropriated to the school board of the City of Virginia Beach in the fiscal year 2021 budget ordinance adopted by the City Council May 12, 2020. And whereas examples of the proposed spending plan include offering additional tutoring for students with disabilities, implementing a universal social emotional screener, supporting remote learning through education technology, purchasing cleaning and disinfecting supplies and equipment, and buying additional personal protective equipment for students, staff, and visitors as appropriate for their risk exposure. And whereas the school board of the City of Virginia Beach requests an additional appropriation of $1,634,661.86 into the categorical grant fund to be used for expenditures incurred during the COVID-19 health emergency as permitted by the Virginia Department of Education. And now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach approves the recommended use of the CARES Act state set aside ESSER and GEER funds as presented by the administration, and be it further resolved that the school board requests that the City Council approve the appropriation of CARES Act state set aside ESSER and GEER funds in fiscal year 2021, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, and the clerk of the board is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the mayor, each member of City Council, the city manager, and the city clerk. Adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 27th day of October 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Melnick. A second. Mrs. Riggs. Okay, with that, Mrs. Manning introduced a short discussion on this earlier. Does anybody else need more clarification or have any comment to share? Mrs. Weems.
Yes, I asked this to Farrell earlier, and he said that he would get back with me, or maybe Mr. Jameson, about, I just didn't know what the universal social emotional screener is. What is that?
I'm gonna ask.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have time to call you, but I did reach out to Farrell.
That was okay. I was just outside. Hello, Mrs. Williams. How are you? Okay. So as you know, we've been doing quite a bit of work with SEL for the last couple of years, and the board has certainly supported our efforts with that. We all recognize that our students are struggling in that area. And of course, with the onset of the pandemic, that has only brought a spotlight to the fact that we need to support our students as well as our teachers with providing opportunities for students to hone those skills that are outlined in the 5 core competencies of CASEL. That's a collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning. Well, the universal screener will allow us to screen a large number of students, about 20 schools we're looking at doing, which will equate to about 25,000 students in grades 3 through 12, to really get some data to support the skills that we need to focus on to help our students. And that data would allow us to have access to a pretty robust data support system that will allow us to have strategies to provide to our staff to be able to help students with the skills that are outlined with the CASEL core competencies, and that's self-awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and things of that nature. And it gives specific strategies that teachers can utilize. Without that, it becomes a little more challenging. Sometimes we expect teachers to be able to do a lot, and they're not trained psychologists and things of that nature. We want to make sure that we provide the skills that are necessary to get kids what they need, especially during these times. So that's what those funds would support a pilot for that to happen.
And which students, I mean, how do you determine, or who determines who takes this screening, or?
Well, the schools that we would select would be 20 schools, and we would certainly use data to support which schools would need to be supported first. And it would be all students would be offered the opportunity to do that. Right now, we do a SEL screener right now. for all students. And we would use an opt-out system. Right now, we have just put out an SEL survey for students in 8 schools. And of those 8 schools, you know, we give an opportunity for parents to opt out. And we only had, I believe, 22 of 6 out of 6 of the schools that were offered that to, and they're low stakes questions. They're skills based.
Okay, so if you choose whatever school you choose, everyone gets it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
In grades
okay.
3 through 12.
I was just wondering how you're picking certain students.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're doing it now. This is just pretty much to fine tune it or expand
It would give us
it.
more robust information and
Robust.
data that we can manipulate and really get down to the student level to be able to better support them with the resources that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly.
For explaining that.
Thank you, and Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, Dr. Rogers? Sorry, I have some follow-up questions on that same topic. How much will it cost for the 25,000 student?
So, well, it depends. We have not identified a specific vendor. We've identified about $50,000 to spread across those 20 schools, which would be about 25,000 students, which would equate to about $2 per student. But that would give us quite a bit of information. And what would happen is, what we envision is being able to provide a short assessment, which would take approximately 15 minutes to get us the data. So you do a pre and a post to see whether the skills and strategies that were implemented with those students had any effect on whatever it is that they were struggling with. So, for example, the data would be able to be used by our classroom teachers, by our school-based counselors, by our PBIS staff, by our behavior coaches, by our interventionists, to be able to embed those skills and strategies that are outlined in the CASEL core competencies.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand what type of questions it will ask. Is it trying to understand if the student has mental health concerns? Is
No,
it trying
ma'am.
to understand if the student is just struggling in math? I mean,
No,
what
ma'am.
types of
So
questions?
the 5 core competencies are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, just my memory skills, socialization, and decision-making. So, for example, if a student is struggling with being able to have self-confidence to be able to do a certain task, then the information that the teacher may get may be able to say, you know, pair this student with another student who does have a great self-confidence and is able to encourage this particular student who was struggling in that area to be more motivated to perhaps choose a public speaking opportunity rather than not. So it gives skills-based information more so than what you just shared.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Certainly. I won't leave.
Okay, yeah, that was a lot of good clarification. All right, anybody else? All right, then, all in favor of this final resolution, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, the other, not to shortchange anything else this evening, but this is the other main topic of the evening, reopening plan next phase. So we had present discussion during workshop with with visiting physicians, our medical panel, and the president of the Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. We heard briefly from Dr. Robertson, so you're going to give another recap of what was presented earlier, and then we'll have our opportunity for questions and comments. Oh,
Oh, is she in the queue? Okay. All right, I got you.
So with that, welcome, Dr. Robertson.
Yes, so Chairwoman Rye, if I can get some clarification, how detailed do you want me to go, given the nature of the topic, and some people may not have watched the workshop?
Right. Well, we certainly want to, maybe we can start with what the recommendation is, and then
Okay.
give just a short summary of what led to it, and then open it up for comments and questions.
Okay.
Okay.
That gives me a good placeholder. So, Regina, if you can bring up the Okay. All right. Yep, here we go. So earlier today, I spoke about several items that are captured here on the slide. And I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about a couple of these to prepare the audience for the administration's recommendation. So I thought we would start by taking a look at some data related to how things are going since school opened September 8th and since we started bringing back kids September 22nd. So here you can see some quantitative data around secondary students and their academic performance over the first marking period, as well as information related to attendance and behavior. Similarly, but not with any quantitative data, based upon our COVID dashboard, you can see that our health and safety mitigation strategies are working as they're designed, which is to limit the spread of the virus and allow schools to stay open. So we are proud of the data that we have here that's indicating we've had success thus far. This particular slide wants to note that we have very real challenges that exist in trying to provide a top quality education in this environment. And they include, going through the COVID case process when we have a suspected case, scheduling students and families and teachers and meeting needs. We've had a lot of conversation this evening around the stipends, and we're really appreciative to be able to accommodate and compensate teachers for that additional work. And we want to recognize and acknowledge there are some real anxieties for this work because there is no blueprint for anyone. Teachers who have been working and teaching for 25 years, tomorrow is different than any tomorrow they've ever had. And so they are not used to that anxiety that comes day after day after day. Whereas some of our first year teachers, they're like, this is great, or this is not that bad. They don't know any different. So it's our veteran teachers that are really struggling because where they were in control, they're not in control anymore. And it's just going to be that way for a little bit longer. But we do want to acknowledge how hard they're working and the hours that they are working. And then some of the logistics that each school faces, depending on the building configuration, how many kids are returning, et cetera, require different efforts at different schools. We surveyed some of the key stakeholder groups after our last meeting to include schools, administration, instructional staff, or instructional leadership teams, teacher assembly, teacher forum, and the Virginia Beach Education Association. So I wanted to share some of those findings. So in terms of schools, again, they're surveyed their instructional leadership team. That's comprised of teachers and support staff that serve in leadership roles at schools, and of course their administrators. And all of them recognized that they needed to bring back their students. That's the best place for kids to learn is in the school building. There wasn't necessarily full agreement on whether or not they wanted to bring them back 2 days per week or a weekly rotation or one grade, or actually there was commonality in that they wanted to bring back all the students. They also acknowledged, these two groups, that there was going to be some challenges with doing so. We met virtually with Teacher Assembly, and Teacher Assembly is comprised of at least one teacher from every school that provides us input and feedback on school decisions. So when we we met with the Teacher Assembly, we showed them the presentation from October 13th, and then put them in the breakout groups where they could list the pros and the challenges. And within Teacher Assembly, that they also noted the need to bring more kids back, but they also noted the challenges inherent with doing so. We then, Dr. Spence then convened Teacher Forum, and Teacher Forum is a different group. They're comprised of former Teachers of the Year, and the Citywide Teacher of the Year is the chair of that committee. And Dr. Spence convened that group, had a conversation with them, and asked them to share their pros and challenges related to bringing more kids back. The middle school staff within Teacher Forum really didn't indicate a clear preference between scenario B or C, but they did know that more students needed to return. High school teachers within Teacher Forum, they preferred scenario A, which is no additional students returning. but they favored scenario B over scenario C, and if so, with scenario B, they really had a heart for seniors. We then also surveyed the Virginia Beach Education Association, and feedback from the VBA noted they also understood why students need to be in school for learning and how this supports student SEL. They also worried about health and safety mitigation strategies with more students present. They worried about having staff available to cover all classes and duties each day, how to handle lunches and the challenges that teaching in the concurrent environment posed. But in summary, each group wants kids to return, as long as it's safe to do so. They want to feel that staff and students' health and safety is not compromised in any manner, and they want to feel supported in completing their work. So this particular slide we talked about a little bit last week, where we went through some of the challenges for returning more kids. And earlier I talked about 3 of those particular areas. Safely getting students through breakfast and lunch with more students in the building. And I talked about the different variations of how schools may handle lunch. Some schools may have more lunch periods than others, all within the same bell schedule. Some schools may utilize a combination of commons areas, classrooms, etc. Whatever they need to do to ensure that they are maintaining 6-foot distance between any other student when they are eating. We also talked about transportation, and I got to tell you, it's going to be tough to lose David Pace, because David Pace and Chuck Blair and Sean Barnes and Mike Mungen, that whole group, they're prepared to create a plan over the next 2 weeks to accommodate all the kids we're talking about returning, including those students at the centers, ATC, VOTEC, the Environmental Studies Program at Brock Center, and the Governor's School. And then we talked about staffing. And so we know within staffing that Ms. Melnick referred to it earlier, we've got a personnel report that's pretty lofty today, and a lot of pages. And we are processing retirements and resignations across teachers, custodial, transportation assistant groups, and we're hiring them replacements as soon as we can. The issue we're finding this year is the vacancy list is not dwindling to where it would have done in the past. But at this point, we have things covered. But we are continuing to work on that, and thank God for HR and John Muir and his team. These were the scenarios we talked about last week. Of course, scenario A is hold until green. B is bring back 1 grade level. The problem with that is you're leaving at least another grade level sitting on the sideline. And scenario C is you're bringing back all your option 1 kids. Within that, with middle school, the scenario B for middle school and high school, again, 1 grade level back. Same schedule Tuesday through Friday, but again, you're leaving a grade level off. Not preferred by any of the groups. Scenario C, middle school, because there's only 3 grades in middle school, they were able to create a configuration that would keep all their 6th graders in school Tuesday through Friday. And then bring back 7th grade for 2 days and 8th grade for 2 days. And that would work. So that's the middle school piece. High school didn't have the same opportunity because there's 4 grade levels at high school. And there was no way to keep the 9th graders 4 days a week and bring back any variation of 10, 11, and 12. So with scenario C, the best plan is to bring back all 4 grade levels using an alpha approach, A through K and L through Z. We did look at some other models. We had some really interesting email suggestions from parents, so we appreciate that, related to bringing back 2 grade levels at a time, maybe 9 and 10 or 11 and 12. When the principals looked at that information and crunched the meaning of that information, they found that in that particular scenario, that would place more classes over the cap. So we would have more students required to be sitting in a classroom that day than we could accommodate. So that was a challenge. In any of the pairings, it could present more students needing transportation, particularly if we put 9th and 10th graders together. Using a split by grade level also splits up families. If you have multiple students in a high school and those 2 grade levels aren't going the same day, your kids are on alternate schedules. And so the principals, in looking at that particular option versus the alpha option where those things were not an issue, they dismissed it as a viable plan. In addition, the pairing of grade levels did not work for the centers at all. They would not be able to accommodate their kids. So the high school principals are confident of the alpha split. So here's our recommendation. After considering the stakeholder feedback and much discussion, the administration recommends the following plan. We'd like to bring back all remaining option 1 secondary students on November 12th, the first day of the third marking period in middle school and high school. Of note, we do have some students, we want to recognize that in select schools whose families chose option 1, or they are new enrollees. They're on wait lists due to no available room in some classes. We continue to work on that and bring kids in as soon as seats have become available. At the middle school level, we're going to keep all 6th grade students in person learning Tuesday through Friday. But the choice for us and our recommendation is our expansion brings back grade 7 and grade 8 on the 2-day rotation model as noted on the slide. At the high school level, again, we're not going to be able to have 9th graders staying 4 days per week, and we know that's a change. There's just no configuration that allows us to bring in 10 through 12 and keep 9th graders 4 days per week. So we are proposing that all 4 grade levels are split in an alpha, A to K, and L to Z group. And we believe that the 2-day rotation is best to be able to see those kids each week, with the other 3 days being remote learning. It's important to know that in any of these scenarios, Mondays is going to stay professional learning for staff and asynchronous learning for students. But the other 2 days are going to be synchronous or live instruction, and hence the need for teachers to teach concurrently. And so we would be remiss if we felt like this expansion didn't require supports. So rather than wait, we don't wait. We recognize what's going on and we plan for it. So I think it's important to recognize the success of this expansion will require additional supports. At 4 middle schools with zero-bell programs that support other programs within the school, those students' zero-bell virtual classes will be moved from 8:55 to 8:15. The reason for that is because those kids still need to catch the bus to school. So we're going to move their class up a little bit so they can do their virtual class, go to their bus stop, get on their bus, and get to school. At our high schools, depending on the configuration number of kids, we may need to add some additional lunches within the regular school time. It won't affect the beginning or the end of the day, but we're going to have to do what we need to do to safely feed these students and keep 6 feet apart. Transportation is also making some adjustments because they may have to make some minor adjustments to bus routing, which means students could be riding a different bus, but they won't have a different bus stop. Instead of riding 127, they might be riding 129, and that's to be worked out over the next couple of weeks. The Department of Teaching and Learning and the Office of Instructional Technology has been providing since September the 14th. And will continue to provide focused professional learning on how to teach students concurrently in both the face-to-face and virtual setting. Those have been routine trainings available at schools on Mondays since September 14th. In addition, the Department of Teaching and Learning is reviewing curriculum standards at the secondary level as they did last spring to identify the power standards to determine what additional supports they can provide to middle school and high school teachers. And with more students returning, we will drastically increase the number of teachers being required to teach students in both the face-to-face and virtual setting at the same time. Dr. Spence mentioned that earlier, that the additional funding is going to be outstanding, but we will have more teachers in that setting. The Department of Teaching or Department of School Leadership and Human Resources, we're working together to review processes and possible revisions to the 2020-2021 teacher evaluation process. We want to see what we can do to alleviate some of the pressure of the evaluation process and those things given the current pandemic we're in. And as always, we're going to continue monitoring staffing levels across the entire division. We're going to monitor physical space within each building and any other unintended outcomes that require our immediate attention. In addition, we'll continue to monitor health metrics, positive cases, and the impact on schools or the division. And we'll respond per our return to the school plan. In essence, we're going to stay the course and use the same decision-making matrix we've used in the past. And that is health metrics and reasonableness. And at this time, I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, so we're starting with Mrs. Riggs, then Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Dr. Robertson.
Thank you.
Not related so much to the plan, but just to the everyday, because you had mentioned something about attendance when you were first giving your presentation. And I've had several teachers reach out to me talking about, you were talking about there was a high attendance level, but several of them have noted and pointed out that no matter if, as long as the kids are there for 15 minutes, then they're clocked out. So it's very high, but they're missing so much of the instruction. And it's very frustrating because, some are saying like if they had 30 kids, as many as 10 kids are not staying any longer than maybe even 15 minutes in the class. Is there something that can be done? What can you say about that?
So I'm glad you asked that question because the Virginia Department of Education provided all school divisions across the state some flexibility for attendance given this particular situation. So we created attendance policy based upon that new guidance. And what that says is, in the face-to-face environment, the attendance is the attendance. You're in class or you're not in class. If you're late to class, you're late to class. In the virtual environment, it's different. They want us to track attendance by engagement. So there's a number of ways you can show engagement. Given we have no control over the environment a student is in outside of the classroom, the state has offered some flexibility. So a student is present if they are physically present in your live Zoom session. It doesn't say they have to be present for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the entire time. If you physically have an interaction, you and I have an interaction where I see you're on the other side of the screen, you're present. If you're not present and you're not on the screen, but later you submit assignments that were given that day, then you were present. If later that day you participate in some chat feature that you may have set up as a teacher, a small group or something like that, you're present. If you send me an email or you and I speak on the phone, you are present. These are the guidelines that were given to us by the Department of Education. One of the things we did last week in talking to teachers is they were noting they've been teaching in blank screens, too many blank screens. So we met as a school leadership team, met with teaching and learning, went through senior staff, put out a letter to parents to say, for you to be marked at present, we need you to be engaged in the class. Learning is eventually going to be impacted if we don't know you're there and there's really no interaction. So we expect you to have the camera on when we take attendance. We expect you to have the camera on when we're doing live instruction so that we can create that type of back and forth that you have and can only have when you see someone on the other side of the screen. We also then gave the parents the opportunity, if they were uncomfortable with that because of any situation, again, at the house or whatever, to make a request through the principal to say, you know what, I appreciate that, I understand that, but I do not want my kid's camera on. And then we're allowing that. But we have had, I believe there's a news story tonight, it must be a slow news day, that they want to, I don't even know what it said, but I can only imagine, question why the division is asking people to have their cameras on. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, we know engagement goes up when you can physically see someone else. And we know we want to respect families and parents' ability to say yay or nay on whether they want their child's background, home, or whatever to be visible on screen. We don't want to put anybody in a situation where it becomes a negative learning experience. But I will tell you that it is an ongoing challenge to engage the kids in the virtual environment. Data indicates that the kids are doing pretty good right now by the first marking period and again by the attendance pieces. But there's a lot of ways you can demonstrate attendance now in the virtual environment. That was long.
No. I'm glad you. It's something that we've heard. Obviously, Ms. Weems has too. All of us have. And just one other question, or one other just point I want to make. We're talking about the social emotional learning of all our kids and our students. I just want to put a plug in for the teachers too, as we've all talked about. Again, I want to recognize that this is very, very difficult, especially the concurrent learning. It's difficult on the kids. I mean, they're realizing it. So there's nothing we can do about that besides just sending them all back the way life used to be. And I don't think we're ready for that because I don't think we've got the mitigations and the space. But I do want to recognize that and let these teachers and students know that we are hearing, we're reading their emails, we're seeing that, and we do understand that that's happening, and are trying to keep everybody as safe as possible, and emotionally as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Edwards.
Madam Chair, can you just please add Ms. Dottie Holtz to the queue?
Okay, done. Thank you.
First, just a quick comment, touring.
You have your hand raised, Ms. Holtz. Did you have a comment to add?
No, sorry, I don't have my hand up. I forgot to lower it. Boom.
Okay, false alarm.
Just a quick comment to start on we had the opportunity, several of us, to tour John B. Dye and Thorogood yesterday. And our use and installation of plexiglass is impressive, particularly at those schools where they had a substantial 80% plus option one students. They are accommodating them within the rooms, and the plexiglass is there. And we didn't see. It was a Monday, so we didn't see the students, but we could see how it was set up, and it was very impressive. A couple other quick things. One lunch at the high school. I can't. Yeah, we're not doing it. Okay.
No.
I assumed as much. Maybe you'd already told us that, but
I had not.
okay. Training for the simultaneous virtual face-to-face teachers. I know they're already in it and doing it, but can we offer some training on the side, option for them to opt into if they've?
Absolutely. So when I earlier I mentioned September 14th, September 21, September 28th, we went through a training ourselves as guinea pigs early in September with Office of Instructional Technology, where I was the kid you're going to put in class, and Dr. Smith was the kid you're going to put outside the class, and the teacher actually practiced what it would look like to be able to engage a kid in the class and engage a kid outside the class at the same time. Strategically, then, the Office of Instructional Technology and Department of Teaching and Learning said, okay, here's what we're going to do. September 14th, all the TSTs at each of the schools are going to make sure every one of the boards in their schools and the devices attached to those boards are set up and have all the right equipment to do what we need teachers to do. And then September 21st, we're going to offer part one of training on how to do this. And we're going to require, at this time, we were going to require all the teachers we knew were coming back in option one to do it. And we're going to offer it to everybody else after that. Then we get to September 28th, we do part two. And And then October 5th, it was part 1 again if you didn't get it the first 2 times. And from there, what we're doing is, Dr. Spence mentioned the purchase of microphones, because we have heard from teachers that sometimes it's very difficult for them, if they get too far from their board, to have really good audio with their students. Farrell just approved, and you asked earlier about technology, I think, swivel cameras. Swivel cameras allow the camera to follow the teacher. So that way the teacher doesn't have to be stuck in front of the board or stuck at their desk. They can be anywhere they want to be because the swivel camera is going to follow them. So it allows that teacher to interact more with the students in the class without the people or the students on screen losing them. So we are continuing to take feedback from teachers on what we need to purchase. I get it every night when I go home. This is what we need, because she's teaching in that format.
But with many more going on the stipend, the doing both middle of next month, then obviously we'll need to keep that cranking. One last thing, and again, this is probably, well, it's not on the agenda tonight, but it dovetails on what Mrs. Melnick alluded to very early this afternoon. I'm really worried about the other 50%, those that are option 2, or 40%. Not tonight, but in November, December, we need to be talking about what we're doing second semester, maybe sooner. You know, when I heard the dialogue and the discussions with the medical people today, I really wanted the parents of the option 2 people to be able to hear that, and at some point rethink. I realize that only compounds the logistics of what we're trying to do by the middle of November. So I'm not, again, it's not what we're talking about and voting on tonight, but it certainly is what we need to worry about. Unfortunately, it's gonna make this kind of meeting go right on through the holidays, I'm afraid, but it's important. We got to get to it. Thanks.
Yeah, Dr. Spence, did you want to?
No, I mean, Mr. Edwards, we appreciate that, and certainly that's something we will continue to talk about. I think first thing we need to do is actualize our plan that
Oh,
we have in
I
place.
understand.
Because there's significant space issues are not going to go away anytime in the near future. And so, you know, we would have to dramatically overhaul even the plan you would be voting on tonight, and then you know, where we are today, we'd have to dramatically overhaul that to do something different. But we
I understand.
certainly down the road, we're going to have that
And
conversation.
the second semester is, you know, we owe them another, you know, do-over on their options for the second semester, and I don't see things being a whole lot different in February, so.
Right, and so that's a bridge we're going to have to cross, and I recognize that.
Okay.
And I'll just share, and we talk about the spectrum. I think we all can acknowledge, clearly we do have families and students who are thriving in this virtual environment, and they would in a heartbeat do it all 4 years. So there is that element as well.
And
Just
we
thought
do
that
hear from
was
them too.
important.
We've heard from some tonight, so.
So just, we have to keep in mind, even within the virtual setting, there's a spectrum.
So to Mr. Edwards, your question, Monday in our docile meeting, actually last week I sent my entire team all the academic data for all the secondary schools, asked them to do an analysis, and that data was broken down by gender, ethnicity, option 1, option 2. We came up with some assumptions based upon that data. We talked about it Monday in my docile meeting, and they're this week engaging with principals to get principals' analysis of that data, and with the directive that you're going to contact every student and family who earned a D or an E and find out what's going on. Why are they earning a D and E? If you're seeing them in school, the answer might be more clear, but if they're virtual, why are we, because we're not going to lose any kids.
Thank
They
you.
may struggle, but we're not going to lose them. We're not going to be able to say, I don't know where Dan Edwards is. So we are working on that right now. And we'll do the same thing again at the end of the next marking period for secondary, and we'll be able to do it for elementary.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick, then Mrs. Weems.
So you mentioned this, and you probably knew I was going to say it. I struggle so much with those outliers. So the kids, like the sixth graders right now that are on the waiting list, who signed up for face-to-face, and now we're bringing back the seventh graders and the eighth graders, and we're still going to have those outliers still waiting for that spot. So I really struggle with that. So do you know how many schools have a waiting list?
So at the middle school, we have 5 middle schools with a waiting list of kids, and 4 high schools with a waiting list of kids.
And do you know about how long those waiting lists are?
So I tried to pin my team down and say,
Yeah.
okay, if it's only one, let's kind of get them in. They're like,
Right.
well, it's 1 today. Because if we get a new enrollee, it could be 2 today. So the schools know the expectation of us is no seat gets unfilled.
Okay.
As soon as a seat becomes available that you can get a kid in, that's what you're expected to do.
Okay.
But what we can't do is we can't create space we don't have.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's painful.
I know.
So, but I understand, but it's painful. And do the same rules apply on the buses for high school and middle school? So we're not going to be overloading those schools?
Not according to David Pays. I don't know if Dave's.
You're answering, same rules apply as we talked about before.
Okay.
Regarding the 2 per seat cohorting assigned seats, all
Okay.
those measures will apply.
What is that number on a bus?
So if you put 2 per every seat, it's 44.
Okay.
But that is not our intention. Our intention is to minimize the number of buses that we need to maximize the capacity.
Okay. But it could be 44, but we're hoping that it's not 44?
Our plans specifically address not having it reach that amount. We
Okay.
look at very specifically how much are we loading our buses. So, and this is old data, and I've got to go back and refresh it, but at some point several weeks back when we looked at the routes, 75% of them had 22 or less per bus.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we are. So we pay very close attention on not maximizing the capacity on the buses.
Okay. All right. And I will say, I'm really, I live in a I have a school in my neighborhood, and I just really love the flow of the parent pickup. Like, it's far better than I ever really expected. It's really well organized, and I know that's division-wide. That's not just Christopher Farms, but it's really remarkable. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. And I just want to make sure that it is possible that we would be, that if we absolutely could not transport because without getting to that on some of our routes, we would look at that option, but we want to look at all other options first before we
Okay.
ever get there.
Fair enough. It looks better than a Chick-fil-A drive-through line, that's for sure.
Mr. Freeman, is Mr. Pace here?
He is not, but I did want to share, and thank you for that cue, and you kind of heard it earlier tonight, and I know that you're all aware that it was coming, but it came far too quickly. David Pace, after 44 years and 5 months of service to Virginia Beach City Public Schools, will be entering his second and final retirement as of Friday.
Oh, Friday.
As you all know, it's hard to absorb, quite honestly. And we talked about it at senior staff this week. What an incredible gem he has been for the school system, for all of our efforts, and for our pandemic response. He will be greatly missed, and we wish him the best.
So they're working as a team in the interim, or?
So we will have somebody who will be overseeing,
Okay.
and we'll share with you at a future school board the hiring process results.
Okay.
Okay. So Mrs. Weems and then Ms. Owens.
Thank you. So for those that are just tuning in and perhaps missed our workshop, I just wanted to reiterate, kind of piggyback on what Mr. Edwards said. We did have 4 medical professionals, both from private and public health care. coming and speaking earlier at the workshop, and they told us the data is showing that, Virginia Beach, we have not had outbreaks in the schools, outbreaks being, I believe they said 2 cases per school. The data shows that younger kids are not spreading the disease, and pediatric cases across Virginia have dropped since September, even though schools and daycares are now opening. So those were all really good data points. And then on the not so good, Dr. Mitchell really shared with us about the 60% increase in anxiety, depression, suicide, not suicide, but 60% on anxiety and office visits to mental health care facilities. And so I think, it sounds like we're all on the same page that we just really want to get these kids back in school. It sounds like staff and administration on the board who opted to be face-to-face. My question, and I still don't really understand, between staff, space, and transportation. I guess my question is, if we had all the staff that we needed, could we get everybody back in? Or if we had all the space, could we get everybody in? Because I've got relatives in Cobb County, 110,000 students. They start back everybody a week from tomorrow. I grew up in Tennessee, my school district where I went to school, they only have about 50,000. They've been in school full-time, everybody, 5 days a week. So do they have more space? Do they have more staff? Are their numbers different?
I'm not sure what health metrics they're following or what guidance they're following from the state. But our issues related to bringing everybody back are clearly related to the guidelines from the state and the physical distancing requirements.
Okay, so would you say it's mainly, say we follow, just like this hybrid, which, I want to get the kids back in 2 days a week is better than, I guess, 0 days a week. I know it's going to be stressful for the teachers, but if we had the space, could we do it? Like, have we looked in other buildings, like empty buildings, or bringing in other space, or is it space and teachers and transportation? I'm just trying to, because we get this asked.
The answer is yes. It's space and teachers and transportation. So if we had all of the space, we still have a group of students who've opted not to be back and don't want to be back.
Right.
And so therefore we have to try to staff against that and against, having available staff in the buildings, right? And so trying to accomplish both, which is some of it is the concurrent teaching, but that's not everything. Also, transportation would be a big issue if we have to deal with mitigation and we were trying to bring back every student. We wouldn't be able to accomplish that with transportation. And again, from a space perspective, we just simply don't have the space to do that with mitigations. I will tell you, I know in Georgia, and you bring up Cobb County, I'll just say this. When we saw all those pictures that first came out when school opened, and there was this crowded hallway. Remember that big story out of Georgia?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the superintendent said, "What's the problem? The State Department has told us that masks are an individual choice." They were not following the health mitigation guidelines in Georgia that we've been expected to follow here in Virginia.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know what the choices were made there and the direction they were given, but that's very different than the direction that we've been given and that we intend to follow from a mitigation standpoint, including the conversation with our physician advisors in the Department of Health, who all kept saying over and over again, if you heard tonight, the mitigations matter.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Okay,
So, I mean, it's everything.
It's
Like,
everything
it's all
combined.
one.
So
I
even
mean,
if
you can't-
even if we had a few extra buildings, it would still be hard because of staff issues then.
Right, and we've had some conversation about where could we find additional
Yeah.
space. to
I mean, I
bring
just remember
folks.
when Princess Anne had the fire in the cafeteria, they used the mall down the
We
street.
had the
Like,
exact
they're
same
empty-
conversation
You
as an
did?
example. We did, yeah, absolutely. And so we've been talking about
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
And the reality is, so that would complicate transportation even further. I mean, there's just so many moving parts to this puzzle that there isn't an easy answer to say to you, well, if we just had enough staff, we could make it happen. Or if we just could,
Okay.
use the
So it's
convention center, we
everything
could solve the
combined.
problem. It's just complicated.
Yeah, oh, I know. Okay, Dr. Roberts, can you help me understand why you chose to go with the 2-day instead of the week versus week? Just,
Yeah. So the feedback from the various groups were the importance of seeing those kids on a regular basis.
Day-
And they
weekly
felt like
basis.
it'd be great to see them 4 days in a row, but the unintended piece of that would be you wouldn't see them for 4 days in a row. They felt like from a family standpoint, it might be easier from a consistency to know that you're going to be going to school on these 2 particular days for the rest of the year versus trying to keep track of the 1 week on, 1 week off. I could see that either way, but from the groups, they really felt like the greatest benefit came from seeing those kids every week
Yeah,
for at
okay,
least 2 days.
I can understand that. And then, my last question, how about sports? I know soccer teams are playing across Virginia Beach, wrestlers are competing. Where are we with the sports?
So we have a return to play committee that continue to meet and update their guidance to schools based upon our health and safety mitigations, guidance from the Virginia High School League. So right now, this Virginia High School League has season slated to begin in December. We have teams doing conditioning right now. They've adjusted their return to play parameters around what conditioning can look like because we're in a different phase now in the state with the guidance from the state. So that group, that committee meets about every 2 weeks because there's going to be changing circumstances. Virginia High School League did come in today and put out an announcement. They are not sanctioning any events. They still haven't sanctioned any events. So you can schedule things, but nothing's been sanctioned yet because they're still waiting to make a final determination. They've defined the seasons. They've given you your contest limitations, but they haven't sanctioned any events yet.
Okay, because we get asked that because, Rush Soccer is playing and all these different groups here in Virginia Beach are playing, but, okay.
Well, it's interesting that some of our COVID cases that have come up are a result of participation in those athletic events that are not affiliated with our schools.
Interesting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Miss Owens and then Mrs. Manning.
I guess I just want to start off by saying that I'm glad to hear that the Zoom camera mandate that came out this week is at the discretion of the parent and that parents can contact the teachers or the principals to make arrangements if need be. I was curious about enforcement of that camera requirement. If students aren't having their cameras on, how is that being enforced? Is it a discipline process? Is it a grade reduction? I'm concerned I don't want us to do something that's going to be counterproductive to the students who are already not as engaged, if that's the reasoning behind the camera.
Yeah, we don't grade based upon compliance with class expectations. I mean, you get graded on your actual performance and work. And in terms of the discipline piece, the message we've given to principals is, look, we're going to give teachers a way to get students to understand how important it is. This is going to be the expectation, but let's not die on this hill.
Okay, great. And then my next question was about the option A, B, Cs. And I might have misheard you. It sounded like you said that no group was going for option B. I don't know if that was accurate, if I just misheard you. When I was looking at the thing, it did look like.
The high school teachers and the teacher forum, in particular, advocated for either keep it as is, or if we had to choose amongst them, option B. So
Correct.
Okay.
The other groups, we didn't get that feedback.
Correct.
So if out of the 3 teacher groups that we talked to, only one group gave a strong preference, and their preference was A or B, and then the recommendation that we're going to vote on is whether we're going to do C. I'm just going to be honest that it sounds like when we ask the teachers for their preference, they may feel like we're asking for their preference to then disregard their preference if it kind of comes off following the asking them their preference about teaching in person or not teaching in person. And then we had to kind of say, psych, it's not really your preference, it's what we need. And then we asked them, what are your preferences for these 3 options? And then they tell us your preference, and then we say, okay, well, we were just wondering because this is what we need.
Yeah, so I would say this wasn't a survey. This was more of a dialogue. So this was a conversation that we had with the teacher forum over the course of about an hour and a half. And that we talked a lot about what we had indicated was in our plan was that we would be bringing back all students. Not that we'll be bringing back just another grade level, so why is it that we think we should be, why is it that we're even talking about bringing back others? Well, because we have a plan that the school board adopted that said we would begin to do that. And then we talked about whether or not it made the most sense to bring back just one grade level, if we had space to bring back other grade levels, and there was dissension there in that conversation. So this was not a, thank you for telling us B, now we're going to ignore you. It was a dialogue and an ongoing discussion about what are your concerns with that? And then we got into, so if we were to go back with bringing all of the students back on board, like we've talked about in our plan, then what would be some of the things that we would need to do in order to make that work? And what would be the best way? Would that be 2 days or a week? So it wasn't a survey
Right.
where they would say, well, we all told you B, and now you're ignoring that. It was more of a dialogue about how can we constructively accomplish this.
Okay. And, I mean, that's where we're at this point. I don't know that offering scenario B, if we knew that that wasn't really what was going to be in our plan, I don't know if that was the most constructive, but I don't.
Well, we didn't really approach it that way. So when we presented it to them, when we talked about it with the VBEA, when we talked about it with Teacher Assembly, we said these were 3 that we presented where we think this is going is scenario C. And we want to get the most feedback here on scenario C and how to make that work. So we didn't present it in a disingenuous way or in a way that we said we really want you to rank your choice between these, because that wasn't our expectation, because we had already made the recommendation and we shared that at the outset with each of these groups at our last meeting when asked that we believed the best thing to do was scenario C. So it wasn't, I mean, again, I want to enforce, we weren't being disingenuous. We weren't leading any of those groups to believe that they were rank ordering their preference and that we would take the sum total of those rank orders and bring them to you. It was really, this is what we had recommended. Here's some of the other things we talked about. A couple of them, particularly the teacher forum, wanted to go back and look at B. Most of the rest of the groups just provided us with this feedback on C. And then teacher forum also provided us with feedback on C as a part of that conversation. You know, I mean, I think if all of our teachers could weigh in, I'm not sure any of them would want any more change. And so I think the question before the board is whether or not any more change is, I mean, it comes down to that, right? Like, if all of our teachers could weigh in, I can't posit for them, but I imagine like many teachers go, I don't want any more change. I've had enough change. This is causing anxiety. And we've all heard that. But the question before you all is, we've told our community, this is our plan. When the metrics are what they are, we'll begin planning to bring back more students, and we've come to you with our recommendation on how to accomplish that. So I think that's where you've got to, that's the decision point, I think, for you all is are we going to do that, or are we not going to do any more change?
Right. And I think when we're looking at moving forward, and at some point we need to move forward, we need to have a plan for that. We need to figure out how the best way we can to mitigate and get the kids back to school. So I understand, and I'm on the same page with that. I do worry that even with all our recruitment strategies, that we haven't been able to really bring that number of vacancies down because we're losing teachers and staff members just as fast. And that's before we move forward with this next step that we know is going to be a stressor for teachers because it is another change. And so if we're not able to reduce these vacancies right now where we have this period of static, not changing, will be able to continue to maintain when we do put that stressor of change in. So, and that's a concern for me. The other, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I do think that there are some strategies that we can continue to implement in our schools just kind of help with the contact tracing and to make sure that people are aware of who's been around who. And so I think that that obviously can just be a continued dialogue as we're moving forward. But it's a concern that's been coming up that people are concerned about. Oh, I was missed during the contact tracing. Somebody forgot that I was in the room. I'm a specialist. I'm some other kind of person who floats in the building. And so if we could have some things in place, maybe a sign-in sheet on outside of doors that is when specialists are coming into rooms that they're signing in, and that way if a child in that room is positive, when they go back, people don't have to do everything by memory. They're able to look at that day and say, oh, we had so-and-so popped in here to talk to this student on that day. So just some of those additional techniques that are going to help make it as safe as we can make it as we move forward, at whatever point that is. The other thing that I would like to encourage is the possibility of a comment box submission for questions and concerns, so that when people have concerns or questions, they don't have to necessarily reach out to the board members if they don't feel comfortable talking to whoever their next in command person is, that they can submit the concern to a location where admin and the people who can address the concerns are getting them directly at the time that they're coming in, and can be divvied to wherever it needs to go to be addressed. It seems like a continued theme that we're hearing, and I'm wondering if that's something that we can get in place as we're moving forward.
So I can let you know, Ms. Owens, that we continue to evolve our practice. So we have in place, there's a memo going out on Thursday, that we revised our check-in procedures at the front door, so that there will be a file that is available at the touch of a button every single day if you have a case. And we're instituting in every classroom a visitor's log that will stay in the classroom and only be accessed when and if there was a case that day, so we don't have to go back and recreate who was there. So that's in place. And your last comment, the Principals Advisory Committee is exactly the purpose for which you were speaking. If there's concerns at a school, the Principals Advisory Committee meets 6 times per year. You submit your concerns, and the Principals Advisory Committee is made up of teachers and the principal, and that purpose of the committee is to discuss concerns at the school level and make decisions at the school level to address any of the concerns. So those things are in place, and we'll continue to evolve.
Okay. And I will say that I know things are continuing to evolve. Just today, I was informed that there was a concern about bus drivers not being notified, and that was rectified, and there is a system in place now where transportation is being notified of every positive exposure or whatever. And so I appreciate that, and I know that things are continuing to evolve. But in terms of the reporting mechanism, I was hoping it would be something that would be available online, accessible, so that parents who have a question or concern about something that they're seeing, a staff member who has a question or concern, or a student who has a question or concern about something that they're seeing in regards to COVID, is able to go on, put their comment or their report in, their question, hit submit, and that it goes to a location that admin is able to see it, and help to kind of bring traffic to one location. It could be anonymous, but we would encourage them to give specifics of what it is, because you can't address it if you don't know specifically what schools or what classrooms. But having a location that isn't just the principal's forum that meets however many times a year, but something that can be seen regularly if there are trends that need to be addressed, so that we can keep things safe and keep the schools open by addressing things as quickly as possible.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions, Ms. Rye, so just cut me off when my time's up, and I'll go back to the end of the line. Back to the cameras, Dr. Robertson, and this might be a Mr. Den question, I'm not sure. So I've been told that some students have anxiety about being on the camera. And I can kind of understand that because when you're in the classroom, the students aren't necessarily staring at you the whole time, but when you're on a virtual classroom, you are being stared at by all your classmates at the same time. Is there a way for the camera to be on each student where only the teacher sees the students?
That would be a Mr. Den question.
Okay.
And here he is.
Hello, good evening. If I understood what you were asking correctly, no, there is not. If your camera is on, then everyone else in the meeting will be able to see whatever your camera shows.
Is there a way to
Hey, David,
make it?
could I get you to put your mask back on? Thank you.
Is there a way to change that? Is there a way for only the teacher to be able to see it?
There is not.
Okay. Well, I thought that would be an easy solution, but apparently not.
Unfortunately, that is the challenges for K-12. Your concerns about privacy and such haven't yet caught up with some of the solutions that were intended for a business environment.
Okay. We
Right.
need someone else out there to take care of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I'm struggling with understanding, when we first got the choices back from our parents, we were told that we can accommodate all option 1 students, but now we can't. So I just want to understand what has changed. So can you tell me if we did have all of our option 1 students return, how many teachers short would we be?
So I think the challenge with all of our option 1 students is in select schools where there are no seats available with the physical distancing. It doesn't have anything to do with teachers because the numbers aren't big enough that would require another FTE.
Okay, so staffing's not the issue in getting all
Staffing-
of our option 1 students
No.
back. Okay, well, challenges to returning more students, I highlighted staffing as top 3.
So the wait list we were talking about, that wait list that I looked at yesterday for the 9 schools ranged from 3 to 10 kids.
Okay, I'm talking about just people who've chosen option 1,
Correct.
not wait list.
Correct. These are the
Okay.
these are the option 1 kids that we can't get in right now. We're going to bring back other kids
Oh, you mean like in 6th and 9th?
in 6th and 9th.
Oh, okay.
We have 9 schools with kids on a wait list, and they range from 3 to 10 kids. And so you're not going to hire a teacher for 10 kids.
Right. Okay, so I understand that, obviously at Kellum and at Cox and Green Run Collegiate, although I don't know, there's extra space at Green Run High School, but especially Kellum and Cox, I understand that it's going to be difficult space-wise to accommodate all of those students. But you look at Salem High with 44% of option 1 students, why does it have to be one size fits all? Why can't we bring back all option 1 students in a majority of our high schools and think outside the box on a couple of the other ones? There might be families out there who like virtual learning and they're willing to change from option 1 to option 2. I don't understand why we can't
So
do
I'm
something like
not
that.
understanding the question. Our plan is to bring back the remaining
I'm
secondary
sorry,
option 1
for
kids.
4 days a week, every week.
For 4
Not
days
a hybrid, not a hybrid model. Yeah, the schools that can accommodate, like
So I
Salem
would-
High School that has 44% option 1 students. Why can't we accommodate that?
I would probably say that there would be obviously transportation implications because the numbers that Mr. Pace and Chuck Blair looked at were based upon this plan right here. And if you say at certain locations where you have the space, you're going to bring back additional kids on additional days, that impacts transportation. So that's an investigation that needs to occur.
So 44% of students at Salem High School, we can't transport 44% of the students.
But it's a collective across all of our schools. So it's not that we have a transportation system for Salem. We have a transportation system for our high schools and our programs. And so you can't isolate them out because it's like a set of dominoes. As soon as you move one domino, it hits another domino and hits another domino. And the numbers that Chuck Blair and David Pace worked on to accommodate this plan, the centers, Governor School, and the Brock Center, gets their buses to where Mr. Freeman doesn't want to have 44 kids on a bus. He feels comfortable about where the numbers are. Then, I guess I would say, and this is not for me, my decision, but you're going to get into an equity standpoint. You're going to have parents who are going to want to say, well, hold on, it's not fair that because my friend's child lives in Salem, they go to school 4 days a week, but I can only go 2 days a week because I'm at Princess Anne High School. You're going to have an equity issue, and I'm not, consistency is a safer plan.
And then related to the transportation, I asked a while back when we got the transportation numbers if we could do another survey once we had more information on what it was going to look like and who was going to be going back to school, but we haven't gotten that yet. And I, as a parent, chose transportation for my son because I wasn't sure what school was going to look like, when they were going to be going. And right now, I don't need transportation for my son. So, and I also think that there are plenty of parents out there who are in my shoes that they chose it just in case, but might even be willing to say, no, let's get our kids back. I'll take my kid to school. So why hasn't that been done?
So I'm trying to understand the question about the survey, because we did talk about your question related to parents who signed up for transportation, but then ultimately didn't need it, or they're choosing not to use it, which we've been able to kind of see what the ridership is and make adjustments based on actual ridership, not who signed up for weeks or months ago. So, but I don't think that's what your question is.
So for the students that aren't going to school right now, I have kids who aren't in school right now. I chose to have transportation for my son, but I don't need it. So we aren't identifying those kids. I'm hearing we can't provide transportation for all of our students, yet there might be a bunch of people out there like me who no longer need transportation for their child. So I don't think that we have an accurate picture of who needs transportation.
So we're monitoring our actual ridership. We're not basing our numbers just solely on who signed up for them. So for example, I'll use an extreme case. If we had expected ridership on a bus that was 22, but only 2 kids showed up for several days of the run, we're going to make an adjustment.
I'm talking about anticipated ridership for those students who have not gone back to school. All option 1 students in 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th who will be going back to school and have signed up for transportation, but now they're like, okay, well, we know what the schedule is going to be. I don't need transportation for my child. We have not identified that yet.
Or I would change my option because it's more important to get more kids back to school, so I'll drive my kids so somebody else can ride the bus. That
Yeah.
really needs it. They might change their option like I would. I would change my option right now and get my granddaughter off the bus.
Yeah.
If I could interject and ask our superintendent to interject about the previous point before, what is, just to be clear to all of us in the public on the administration's position on inconsistency, for lack of a better term, how strongly is the feeling of being consistent with all the schools, and if not, just again to reiterate why not, so everybody's clear on this. Because I think the transportation is secondary to that, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I mean, in terms of what's driving the decision to say everybody should be on the same page.
So I think there are, as was mentioned, there's certainly some equity concerns about which students come back to school, which schools have capacity to allow for that, and then which schools do not. So that's one. I think there are clarity of communication concerns around that. I also think there's some other operational and logistical concerns related to that. So if you bring back all of those students, you don't gain more cafeteria space, for example, and you still have to figure out how to feed those. You don't gain more space in your hallways, and you still have to figure out how to manage class changes and to handle some of those mitigation strategies that are appropriate in that environment. So it isn't just that you might have classroom space. You might, but you don't gain other areas where we have those challenges. You don't get bigger gyms, you don't get bigger cafeterias, you don't get bigger hallways, you don't get bigger libraries. So some of those other logistical and operational challenges are still going to exist. And again, as I said earlier, some of the clarity and consistency challenges that come with that. But I mean, I think those were, at least from my understanding from the docile team, the conversation with their principals where their concerns were lying.
It says challenges to returning more students, and the top three were meals, transportation, and staffing. And I asked about staffing, and it didn't seem to be a concern. In transportation, we haven't resurveyed the families to see if they would be willing to drive their kids, so transportation may not really be a concern. So I just don't understand the challenge to not getting back 60% average of students in these schools, some of them 44%. I understand your concern with equity. However, you know, we've got a very giving community in these schools that have the higher percentages. I'm guessing that a lot of those families would be willing to allow a majority of the students back, even if theirs can't go back full-time, 4 days a week. So
We had an issue at ODS, and we found an allocation for that school that we couldn't find in other schools.
I still have a couple of more questions. So, talent ed was another question that I had. I know our teachers are overburdened, and I've talked to quite a few teachers who've asked, can you take talent ed off my plate? Can you tell me if that can be done, and if not, why?
So Talent Ed is just a platform that's used for the teacher evaluation process. And as I noted earlier in the presentation, we're in conversation right now with Human Resources to determine what we can do with the evaluation process this year. Some of that information is shall do from the Virginia Department of Education, and some of the things within Talent Ed are best practices. We have a really robust teacher evaluation process. So we are investigating what we can do, and that process just started.
Okay, because I think that might help our teachers with their workload. And then, one more question. So the email that you sent us, Dr. Spence, from Ms. Shaw, it's very helpful. Thank you for that, related to the COVID cases. Some of those note that some of the COVID cases are from virtual students. Are those being reported on the dashboard?
I believe any COVID case that has an impact on students or staff are being noted virtual or otherwise.
So, but if it's a virtual student that's learning from home, it's not going to have an impact on students, on the schools themselves, right?
It's specifically for contact tracing. So if it isn't having an impact on the school, it's not being reported on the dashboard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll end my questions right there for now.
So Mrs. Anderson and then Mrs. Felton.
Thank you. I have several questions too. I'll start off with concurrent teaching, okay? And so what I've heard is that the virtual students can't hear the students in the classroom. So, like when the teacher's teaching and the students in the classroom speak out, you know, the kids who are virtual cannot hear those students. So I was wondering, since we have some money that we might need to spend, maybe we could find some directional microphones like we have here.
Well, I think I mentioned that microphones were part of our purchase plan for the technology.
Okay,
we
so
will
you already
be,
thought about it?
yeah, they're not going to be owls, which is what that is. They're going to be a teacher-worn microphone that will then connect to the board so that there'll be better audio for those students who are on the computer.
Okay, but will they be able then to hear the students in the classroom when they respond to the teacher questions back and forth?
So, Ms. Anderson, I would direct any teacher concerns you get that way to their TST, because one of the parts of the training was to move about the room and have normal conversation to see what you could hear. And there are settings on the devices that you can adjust to pick up sound to the back of the room. Now, if you haven't done that yet, you're going to miss some of those opportunities. But if you go to your TST, they can make sure that your sound is set appropriately to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful, so I'll do that. Glad to know that you're gonna be touching base with those students who are struggling virtually. You mentioned that earlier,
Yes.
that you're gonna have every principal or assistant principal or somebody's gonna be contacting those students, because, we are hearing from parents whose kids are normally A and B students and they're struggling with virtual, and, so I'm glad you're gonna reach out to them, because obviously if those parents have taken the time to reach out to us, then they're probably worried enough about their student that if you reach out to them, maybe we can find out what's going on with them. And I will say that, let's see, what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, one of the things that we saw yesterday when we were at Thurgood, was that we found out that their bike rack is completely filled on a daily basis when they have students coming in. I mean, like overflowing. They almost need another bike rack, which is amazing, because that means there's an awful lot of neighborhood children who are, riding their bikes to school with their parents. I mean, I'm sure after the weather gets colder, their parents will probably bring them, but that's really good to know that they were utilizing that. And I just want to say, thank goodness we had Mr. Pace during this crisis to get us through this big crisis that we've had through the summer, through all this up to now. I mean, thank goodness we've had his expertise. Just a shout out to him. We're going to miss him terribly. Well, that's it. That's it for now.
Okay, and if I could ask, to the extent possible, for the remaining names to limit questions to the reopening plan itself, so we can get through this part of the agenda. Mrs. Felton?
Thank you, Chair Rye. Mr. Robinson, you probably already answered this, but as we're moving through this process, and I've had calls from teachers, and one of the things they really resonate with me is there is no easy answer. And I do take that in consideration, all of the calls that I receive. But, and you might have already answered this, but are there any ways, and it came up when you mentioned the evaluation process, consideration of teachers. Is there any way, or can it be, or will it be, some of the tests that they're taking be mandated to be wavered until we can get through this crisis?
So are you speaking of assessments that are provided out of the Department of Teaching and Learning?
Yes.
Dr. Rogers, do you want to talk about that? Teaching and Learning has been doing a ton of work to try to modify the assessments related to the 4x4 pacing, et cetera. So I couldn't do the answer justice.
All right, so can you repeat the last part of your
They're asking, as we are moving through the process of this complicated moment, can some of those tests, especially for professional development, be wavered until we can find a level ground?
So we're looking at ways in which to reduce some of the instructional pressures for our teachers. As a matter of fact, with elementary, and I just shared the information with Dr. Spence earlier today, is to reduce some of our local-based assessments, which will provide more time and opportunity for teachers to be able to dedicate that time to instruction. So we anticipate sharing that information with building principals tomorrow at their check-in at the elementary level. At the secondary level, Mr. Delaney is certainly working with his coordinators to take a look at our instructional plans and resources that we have available to do something similar to what we did early in the spring, to take a look at what's most important and provide opportunities to reduce some of the instructional pressures that teachers are facing. So we've heard that from our teachers,
Okay.
and we certainly listen and will communicate as appropriate.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Certainly.
And the next question, Dr. Smith is a little behind the eight ball, but I just wanted to verify and clarify that the stipend that we are talking about, staff is synonymous to counselors as well, school counselors. No?
No, ma'am. Let's be clear about that. The stipend itself, that we've been talking about, a stipend, is for teachers who are teaching concurrently, both face-to-face students and virtual students. So that does not apply to not.
So even though they're seeing both students?
No, ma'am.
they're
It's to account for the hardship of teaching and planning for the face-to-face and virtual instruction simultaneously.
Okay. Clarifying that.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes.
I had a couple of teachers reach out and talk about they think they might be having a reaction to possibly some of the chemicals they're using to clean. And so, can we make sure that everyone in the building knows where the MSDS is? Because that seems to have been an issue.
Yes.
Because it's hard for them to check it out if they're not able to say what's on.
Yeah, MSDS is always located in the main office.
Okay, thank you. And the second, we seem to be having some issues managing online access, people showing things that are inappropriate in classrooms. Do we now have a plan to deal with that?
We do. We continue to lock down our different I don't even know, platforms, I guess you'd want to call them. You want to address that?
I can. Sure.
Yeah.
Good evening again. We did have an issue earlier this week with regards to that. We have been, since the beginning of the school year, addressing various security concerns in Zoom and Google Meet, both of which are used throughout the school division. There are some challenges with that, and the issue that happened earlier this week, we believe, was not so much. I want to make sure that we separate classroom management issues between a hack, if you will, from an outside entity, if you will. Right? We're not talking about Russian hackers getting into the system. We're talking about kids doing things that they shouldn't have been doing, who are already inside the system. Right? So, because when we're looking at platform security, you have to look at it from both of those different angles. We are absolutely looking at all the different options, and we're continuing to make changes to the system as Zoom and other vendors come out with different options to control the environment.
Okay. And then conversely, I have a parent who emailed and said she's home during the day, and her son has actually been in class participating with the camera off and has gotten marked absent. Do we have, I mean, is there any way for the teacher to be able to know that the student's there?
Well, hopefully, there was some dialogue between the student and the teacher to show that the student was there, or the student submitted work that day, or the student participated in some type of class activity that day. Yes, and I would say for that case, the parent needs to contact the teacher and go, hey, I was there during your class, and I know he was, that should be between the parent and the teacher.
Okay. And just the last thing is, I actually kind of would like to see a survey go out about, there may be parents who have chosen option one that may at this point want to have option two. They could have chosen option one as a placeholder, and maybe they've changed their minds. And, you know, as was pointed out by Ms. Manning, you may have parents who signed up for transportation that at this point might say, you know what, I can drive my child if it'll get more kids back to school. And I just think it would be a good idea to put it out there to see, you know, what kind of help we could get from the community to help get more kids back to school more days.
I'm sorry. Okay, is that it, Mrs. Hughes? Thank you, Mrs. Manning, and then Mrs. Anderson.
Okay, so obviously we're not ready to get all of our option one students back to school 4 days a week. Can you tell me what the plan is to get all of our option one, like what is the timeline to work on that, to get all of our option one students back to school?
I think the issue we're going to continue to have is space available, making sure that the staffing puzzle is worked out, and then being able to deal with the logistics of things like hallways, cafeteria space, and other spaces. So I don't think it's, right now, what we're talking about on this action agenda item is whether or not to bring back the option one students the way we've recommended that we believe we can do it. And I don't have a recommendation beyond that of how we could bring back all of them in any way differently than what we've suggested. Nor do I have a timeline for being able to figure that out, because I don't know if the CDC is going to change its guidance, or if we're going to, I don't know when things are going to change beyond where they are today. So it's hard for me to have a timeline for that. I mean, we've brought you our recommendation, our best thinking on how we can get the remaining students who chose option one to come back. And that's what's on up for discussion now. So I don't have a timeline to go past our recommendation today, I guess.
Well, what's on the action item is reopening plan next phase. So there isn't a motion or something, a resolution that was proposed. So I thought we could discuss all of this. I still think.
No, my point though was, your question was, what is our plan for getting back, or what's our timeline for getting back all option one students? That's what we've put on the table, our best recommendation for how to accomplish that.
Right.
I don't have a recommendation past that because we are constrained by so many other factors.
So you're not going to look at issues such that I've been bringing up for a couple of months of asking about transportation and people making a different choice for transportation that could alleviate that problem.
So transportation, theoretically, it could alleviate that problem. It may not, I don't know. But that wouldn't necessarily then alleviate the space constraints or the challenges with feeding students or any of the other. It is a multifaceted problem. And right now, we're giving you our best thinking on how to get those students back right now. I don't have a timeline for you on the next conversation that we would have or what that would look like. I don't have a timeline, but we can certainly continue to have that conversation with the board.
Yeah, I would just like to know that that's being discussed. I mean, to Mr. Edwards' point, he, talking about what we're going to do with option two students and how we're going to get them back in. We're not going to be able to do that until we can figure out how to get all option one students back in. So to Mr. Edwards' point, I agree that we need to be talking about option two students, but we can't even figure out how to get all option one students back to school right now. So I think that needs to be the next conversation. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the next speaker, it's just to respond, Mrs. Manning, I believe even though the motion hasn't been made yet, the motion is in effect what's on the screen now. So just to give everybody that sense of direction.
Well, no one made a motion and it wasn't on the agenda, so I disagree with that.
There's often motions that are not spelled out on the actual agenda. Okay. Mrs. Anderson?
I'm going to defer my question because it's actually about cleaning agents and it's not about the administration's recommendation, but would the chair accept, since there's nothing on the agenda that states, that we have something on action, so can I make a motion that we accept the administration's recommendation at this time?
Well, that's what is on the agenda. Reopening plan, next phase, and this is the
So I would like to
administrative
make a formal motion
Well,
that we accept the administration's recommendation. And is there a second? Will somebody second it?
Second. So we'll
Okay.
still find out if there's more discussion. Mrs. Melnick?
I just wanted to remind the public that we are the only division in this area that is moving forward with a plan of this magnitude. And I just ask my colleagues to have patience as we vote on this to get these kids back into school. And we allow this to work before we move on any further, and that we're doing the very best we can.
Thank you. Mrs. Hughes?
I think it's great that we are kind of, the only ones kind of leading the league and getting them back. But that doesn't mean we just say, okay, we're doing more than everyone else, so let's just let it go. Apparently, we have three main issues to getting all of the option one students back to school. If we could deal with one issue being transportation. It's one of those things, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? If we can solve that problem, then we could move on to looking at the other two. It doesn't mean if we solve one, it's a done deal. It means we've got that one part behind us, and that frees us up to look at the other two. I don't understand why this is so bothersome to do that.
And it's my understanding these other things will continue to be considered and assessed as we move forward, if we were to move forward with this recommendation. I think that's the point being made. Mr. Freeman?
So this is specific to the transportation. I think I understand what your intent is a little bit better. But what confused me initially was the word survey being used. So our families sign up through Synergy for transportation. If we took a survey, that's not actionable information. I think what you're saying is if somebody's information changed in Synergy and we could act on it, we could do that. So if you're suggesting that in our regular communication, we share with parents, hey, we're really looking at all aspects of how we return students. Transportation is one of our limitations. So if you have previously signed up for transportation in Synergy and you don't use it, or you have the means where you can help support Virginia Beach City Public Schools, we would appreciate that you would consider changing your selection.
Exactly. Yes.
So I think I understand if that's what your intent is. I don't think that that's problematic. It's not a survey, but it's communicating. I think what you're asking
Yes.
is, can you help us out to try and get more kids back?
That's exactly it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Yes, Mrs. Manning?
I would like to make a substitute motion that we accept the administration's recommendations, but that we also direct the superintendent to work toward getting all option one students back as quickly as possible.
All right, discussion. Can I ask, how many kids are we actually talking? Does this go back to Dr. Robertson's reference that there's 8 or 9 schools with a
It's-
handful of kids? Or who
No.
are these option one kids?
There needs to be clarity to the substitute motion, because I believe what Mrs. Manning is talking about is bringing all students back 4 days a week. And that is very different than.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'll amend my motion to accept the administration's recommendation with directing the superintendent to getting all option one students back 4 days a week.
Any discussion before we vote? Mrs. Anderson?
I just want to say, obviously, all of us want all students back. I not only want them back 4 days a week, I want them back 5 days a week. And I think most of us do. I want all of our students back 5 days a week. That is our end goal. But let's focus on something. Let's just focus on this. I'm not against.
Okay, just because I disagree.
Excuse me, I have the floor. Excuse me.
Please.
I have the floor.
Decorum,
So
please.
I just want to say, it doesn't have to be complicated. All we have to do right now is approve what the administration is moving forward with right now, and to throw something else into it just so we can direct him. Okay, he's already doing that. We don't have to direct him. And I'm not against it. I'm not against what you're saying, Mrs. Manning. I'm not against, asking the superintendent to look, but I don't feel like I have to ask him to do that. I know that that's his goal to begin with, is to get everybody back, not just 4 days a week, but 5 days a week. But, we're doing this as Mrs. Hughes said, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Let's just bite off a little bit at a time, and we'll finally get there. That's just, I'm not in favor of the substitute motion because I just don't feel that it's necessary. That's the only reason why I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, Mr. Edwards?
The CDC guidelines are guidelines, and by opting for the substitute motion, there have been those who have told us to disregard social distancing and masks and get people back, and they've been doing it since September, and it's wrong. And you just can't fit more people in a room that's not designed to have people 6 feet apart to fill a classroom. I won't support it, even though, like everybody in this room, we all want them back full-time as soon as possible. Dr. Spence is moving in that direction and moving there, but following the guidelines, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Hughes? Mrs. Hughes, excuse me.
That's okay. So Mrs. Anderson and Mr. Edwards both just said, yes, we all want them back in school. They also both said that we're moving in that direction anyway. So if we all want them back in school and we're already moving in the direction of looking how to get all option one students back to school, I don't understand why you would be resistant to just having that in writing, because if you're already doing it anyway, all you're doing is writing down what you say you're already doing.
Okay, Mrs. Manning?
And Mr. Edwards, I'm not suggesting that we disregard social distancing. We have 9 schools here that have 56% or less option one choice. Half the students. I don't understand why we can't accommodate in a responsible way half of our students. That's basically what we're doing by doing 2 days a week. I understand we have a couple of schools that might have a challenge, but I've suggested some ways that we might address those challenges. So that's the purpose for my motion, because Dr. Spence said that he doesn't know if he's going to, it doesn't even seem like there's a plan to work toward getting our students back 4 days a week, and that's the purpose of my substitute motion, is to put it in writing so that we are working toward that.
Okay, Mrs. Weems?
Yeah, I just wanted Ms. Manning to clarify, and I think you just did, but you're not suggesting that we turn them back, get them back in school as quickly as possible and then do away with masks and any safety mitigations. You're saying, as we are now with the safety mitigations that we have according to the recommendations, medical recommendations, we're doing it the same way, but just a way to get more back in quicker. Like your transportation, I know you've been trying to get the transportation question for several months, and I even asked it when you weren't here, and now we've kind of got that down where we understand. But so it's still with the safety mitigations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just make the point again. I think it was productive in that we know what ongoing discussions will take place. I think adding it here could cause confusion with the public, even though it's going to seem black and white. It might give, it just might be misleading, and that's one of the reasons I would prefer to just have the understanding that these discussions will move forward, but not to include it as an additional bullet here in the recommendation. Anybody else before we vote on the substitute motion?
Dottie Holtz has her hand raised.
Mrs. Holtz?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of a substitute motion. We hear, I'm in favor of, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. We're here for one particular thing tonight and one step at a time. And I agree with everyone that has said, we all want kids to go back to school. I'd like them to go back to school tomorrow. Right now, that's not possible. And I believe the recommendation, the administrator's recommendation here is fair and honest. Miss Manning's question about the busing has been answered 3 times. You can bring a child to school, but there's got to be some space. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier in the dialogue, this has a domino effect. And that's really what we're looking down the road for. So I believe we just need to take care of business tonight and agree to the administration's recommendation. I'm not in favor of a substitute motion that has not been thought through well, and it's just kind of come up to create more chaos and discord. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Owens, were you still in the queue?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was with the clarification that the 6th grade situation would remain the same with this plan.
That's correct.
Okay. But not the ninth grade. The ninth grade would go to the hybrid.
Also correct.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, I guess I just want to, before we vote, make sure that I just kind of put out there that I hear comments about wanting to have families hear what the pediatrician said and give them the opportunity to change their minds, to come back in the buildings and operate with facts and not fear. But I think it's important that we recognize and understand that part of the presentation we got said that there are places in our city with little polka dots on them that for us to be able to see where people have lifespan differences of 15 to 20 years because of the circumstances in which they live. That socioeconomic factors play into that the biggest part, and that we have 51% of our students receiving free and reduced lunch, that Black and brown families are more affected, that Black and brown, particularly Hispanic students or children in our state are being hospitalized at disproportionate rates from COVID, and that multi-generational families have a higher risk. And so I just think it's important that to say we want people to just take another look and change their mind and that's facts, not fear, is kind of tone deaf to people that do have those facts. Those are facts for some people. Those are facts for some teachers who don't have an option. We talk about the options for the students and that, well, you know, it's okay because if they have those factors, they have the option to stay. But I just want us to keep in mind that we are bringing people in who do not have the option as well. And 15 to 20 year lifespan difference says that there are some real differences in our communities that I just want us to make our decision with that recognition in mind. Not saying that we can't vote for the hybrid because at some point we do need to bring students back, but I want us to make sure that we're not sounding as tone deaf when we say that people shouldn't have some reasons to have fear. Some families fit in those categories that was explained to us, and so just keeping them in mind.
Thank you. All right, can I ask Mrs. Manning to read her amended
Sure.
substitute motion that we're voting on?
I recommend that we accept the administration's recommendations in addition to directing the superintendent to work toward getting all of our option 1 students back 4 days per week under current social distancing recommendations.
Okay. I'm sorry, can we ask you to read it again?
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you write it down when I said it the first time? Would you like to read it?
It was to accept the recommendations as shown, with the exception of directing the superintendent about bringing all option 1 students back as soon as possible.
4 days per week.
4 days per week.
All right, and it's been seconded already. So with that, all in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, all opposed, please raise your hand.
Okay, Madam Chair, we had 3 ayes in Ms. Hughes, Ms. Manning, and Ms. Weems. And we had 8 votes in the negative from Ms. Felton, Ms. Riggs, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Rye, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Owens, and Ms. Holtz. So the substitute motion did not pass.
Okay, so now I will go ahead and make a motion, and I imagine you would like me all to read this. to be official.
I thought the motion had already been made because I made a substitute motion.
I'm
Yes, the
sorry.
motion was made by Ms.
Oh, that
Anderson
was a while, okay. I
and
beg,
seconded by Mr. Edwards.
I beg your pardon. All right, so with that, the motion, which is to approve the administration recommendation as outlined on the screen. Please raise your hand if you are in favor.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
All right, thank you all. Information. Interim financial statements, Ms. Pate, welcome.
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, school board members, and Dr. Spence. As of September 30th, the overall revenue trend is acceptable as illustrated in this first graph. As you all are aware, our September 30th enrollment did come in lower than normal. It came in about approximately 2,800 students less than what we built the state revenue budget on, and also came in about 2,700 less than what the state is currently remitting payments on. As Mr. Honsaker responded to an earlier question this evening, that conversation at the state level concerning ADM is on pause until the final March 31st ADM is calculated, and that gives some time for the General Assembly during regular session to have that discussion on a fix for that ADM, and we do anticipate a hold harmless language of some sort. And so just to give you a little bit of perspective, even though we can't really hang our hats on these numbers right now, if we were to look at the variance between what we built the budget on and what the state is remitting payments on, we would be looking at a surplus of about $1.8 million in state revenue. If we were to look at that variance between that budget number that we built our budget on and what that September 30th enrollment is, it would look more like an $11 million shortfall. The federal revenues are also on an acceptable level. Year to date, we have received a little over $4.8 million impact aid from the Department of Defense. This next graph shows your sales tax receipts are at an acceptable level at this point in the fiscal year. Year to date through September, we are approximately $1.3 million higher than this same time last year. And for the month of October, we are showing a slight reduction in sales tax receipts from October of the previous year of approximately $31,000. This last graph also shows that our encumbrances and expenditures trend is also acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Anybody? We thank you very much. Thank you for sticking with us. So that brings us to information item B, English as a Second Language Program, K-12 two-year implementation evaluation. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us.
Good evening,
Bach.
Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Milnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. I'm Dr. Allison Bach, a program evaluation specialist with the Office of Research and Evaluation. This evening, I'll provide an overview of the key findings and recommendations from the Year 2 implementation evaluation of the English as a Second Language program. The evaluation report you received in your agenda materials provides additional details. As a brief background, the purpose of the ESL program is to prepare English learners to be college and career ready through integrated, content-based language instruction. The program aims to develop students' English language proficiency so that they will have access to the same educational opportunities as all students. The ESL program is based on standards developed by WIDA, the World Class Instructional Design and Assessment Consortium, and EL-related federal and state regulations. During 2019-2020, 1,724 students received ESL services. This was an increase of 12% compared to the previous year. These EL students spoke 71 different languages. The Year 2 implementation evaluation focused on the program's operation, student characteristics, progress toward goals, and stakeholder perceptions. In addition, the evaluation included the impact of the school closure and addressing actions taken regarding the recommendations from the Year 1 evaluation. The survey results I will be sharing were based on surveys administered in early March prior to the school closure. Response rates are shown on this slide. Student and parent surveys were translated into the 4 most frequent non-English languages and provided when appropriate. 45% of the completed parent surveys were translated versions. EL student data were also obtained from the data warehouse, including demographics and English proficiency. The first step for identifying EL students is through the home language survey provided to parents when enrolling their child. If the parent indicates a language other than English, the student is assessed using one of 2 screeners to determine English proficiency. Students who are deemed to not be English proficient are eligible for ESL services. In 2019-2020, 1,050 students were identified as being potentially eligible EL students through the home language survey and were assessed on a screener. 63% of these students were found eligible for ESL services based on their scores on the screener. EL students are assessed in the spring to monitor their English language development and determine their eligibility for services the following year. Most testing was completed prior to the school closure. Elementary and middle school ESL instruction was predominantly provided through the push-in model, where ESL teachers support classroom instruction. To facilitate these services, it is recommended that EL students be clustered in classes. Survey results indicated that 35% of elementary school ESL teachers and 38% of middle school ESL teachers agreed that students were effectively clustered in classrooms. Elementary and middle school ESL teachers also worked with students outside the classroom as needed, following the pull-out model. At the high school level, students received ESL services either through ESL courses at their home school, which were taught by an ESL teacher, or through the newcomer program at Lansdowne High School, which was only for students who were at the lowest English proficiency level and missed 2 or more years of schooling. During the school closure, ESL teachers continued to provide support through Schoology. Over the summer, extra support was provided to EL students as needed. Overall, 31% of ESL teachers and 56% of classroom teachers agreed that the instructional materials available to them were appropriate for the EL students they taught. During 2019-2020, 32 full-time and 4 part-time ESL teachers provided instruction to EL students. Over the last 2 years, Over the last 2 years, when surveyed about caseloads and time, ESL teachers have had low agreement with the statements shown on the slide. I'll read the statements. The first one is, size of caseload allows ESL teacher to teach effectively. ESL teacher is able to teach EL students frequently enough to be effective, and students receive all needed services. I apologize about that. 12 additional ESL teacher allocations were added for the 2020-2021 school year. A total of 1,724 students received ESL services during 2019-2020, which is approximately 3% of the student population. The majority of these students were in elementary school. 2 additional groups of students were monitored through the ESL program. A total of 162 students' parents opted them out of services during 2019-2020. At the high school level, 39% of eligible EL students opted out of receiving ESL services. Though these students opted out of instructional services, they were monitored quarterly and participated in access testing. An additional 356 former EL students had previously attained English proficiency within the last 2 years and were monitored biannually. Data were also collected to assess the program's goals. The first goal was that ESL and classroom teachers participate in professional learning to understand the needs of English learners and collaborate to seek ways to best serve their EL students. All ESL teachers participated in professional learning to increase their instructional effectiveness with EL students. And 40 to 42% of classroom teachers indicated they participated in professional learning to increase their understanding of and capacity to teach EL students. Additional data showed that 77% of ESL teachers and 54% of classroom teachers agree that ESL-related professional learning enabled them to meet students' needs. As shown by the second and third sets of bars, lower agreement percentages were found for items related to collaboration between ESL teachers and classroom teachers. And I'll read these items as well. The second set of bars, ESL teachers effectively collaborated and planned with classroom teachers. And the last one, ESL and classroom teachers collaborated to meet EL students' needs. The second goal was that the ESL program will be student-centered and provide EL students with a variety of choices and opportunities to help students reach their goals. Selected results show that 88% of EL students agreed that they were learning and doing things in school that were matched to their needs and interests. In comparison to the division, similar percentages of former EL students who had reached English proficiency within the last 4 years were enrolled in an advanced course in middle school, enrolled in ATC, and graduated with completing a CTE program. A slightly higher percentage of former EL students were enrolled at TCE. The third goal is that the ESL program will foster EL students' social and emotional development to support students as they become confident learners who feel part of their school community. Selected results show that most EL students agree that they worked with others in a group, had positive relationships with peers and teachers, had a sense of belonging to their school, and felt that school was a welcoming place to learn. The fourth goal was that EL students will attain English proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. VDOE provided the required proficiency level gains on the Access test for EL students, depending on students' current grade levels and previous year's Access test score. Students who took the Access test in 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 were included. The figure on the slide shows students' previous year's Access test proficiency level on the left side and the students' current grade level groups at the top. Overall, a majority of EL students show the required gains in most groups. The highest percentages of students who showed the required gains were students in grades 3 through 5. Data related to this goal will continue to be monitored next year, when the evaluation will focus on student outcomes and the program will have had additional opportunities to address implementation-related recommendations, such as expanding professional learning and availability of instructional materials, which may impact student outcomes. The fifth goal was that the parents of EL students will be provided with supports and services to enable them to support and participate in their child's education. Beginning in the 2019-2020 school year, translation and interpretation services were available for staff to use when needed to communicate with parents of EL students. Of the 249 parents of EL students who responded to the survey, at least 92% agree that their child's school informed them about their child's progress in English and academics, as well as that they understood information from the division. Satisfaction data show that high percentages of EL students and parents were satisfied with the program. Lower percentages of staff were satisfied, especially high school classroom teachers and administrators. Although not shown in the figure on the slide, in comparison to 2018-2019 data, largest decreases in satisfaction were seen for classroom teachers and administrators at the high school level. Based on the results of the evaluation, it is recommended that the ESL program continue with modifications noted in the following recommendations. Recognizing these are unprecedented times and there was limited time to work towards the recommendations before the school closure, it is recommended to continue working on areas noted in the Year 1 evaluation, such as communication and collaboration between ESL and classroom teachers, professional learning for classroom teachers of EL students, and availability of ESL instructional materials. The third recommendation is to ensure EL students are clustered in classrooms at the elementary and middle school levels. However, it is recognized that scheduling for 2020-2021 classes was a challenge, and this may not be fully feasible until conditions return to normal. The fourth recommendation is to review the high school model due to lower staff agreement, decreases in satisfaction, and the percentage of eligible EL students opting out of services. At this time, Dr. Nicole DeVries, Director of K-12 and Gifted Programs, will share the administration's response.
Thanks, Allison. Good evening, everybody.
Welcome, Dr. DeVries.
Thank you. The administration agrees with recommendation number 1. Let me switch it to my side. As well as the continuing the ESL program with modifications noted in recommendations 2 through 4. As part of the administration's response, I'd like to take this opportunity to provide an overview of the ESL program itself, as well as some areas that we are working on strengthening. I'd like to begin the overview by reviewing information about the ESL program from last year, the 2019-2020 school year, since that is the year for which the evaluation was conducted. It's important to note that ESL is a federally monitored program through Title III, and therefore has compliance considerations for instructional services. I'm very pleased to report that last year we had our Title III federal audit, and it was a successful audit with no findings. We continue to see enrollment increase in our English learner population as we have for the past several years. In 2019-2020, there were 1,724 English learners, and that was an increase of 12% from the 2018-2019 school year. For the past several years, our top 4 languages have been Spanish, Tagalog, Mandarin Chinese, and Vietnamese, with Spanish being the top spoken language other than English within our VBCPS English learner population. Last year, VBCPS staffed 32 full-time ESL teachers, 16 at the elementary level, 5 at the middle school level, and 4 who taught at middle and elementary levels, 7 at the high school level, and 4 part-time ESL teachers. You'll see on this slide during this year, we have 43 full-time ESL teachers, and I will talk more about that in just a bit. While we are planning for some changes to the instructional model in response to teacher and administrator feedback over the past year and a half, this slide describes the current instructional model in place at each level. At the elementary level, the ESL teacher provides primarily push-in direct instruction, and they also pull students out into small group instruction as deemed necessary by the ESL teacher to meet students' needs. The same is true of the middle school instructional model. At the high school level, direct instruction takes place through an ESL resource class. Students who qualify for ESL services are scheduled for English as a Foreign Language 1, English as a Foreign Language 2, and/or ESL effective reading. Students receive either world language or elective credits for these classes. As you know, we also have a newcomer program at the high school level for those students who meet the qualifying criteria. In VBCPS, that criteria is an English proficiency level of 1.0 to 2.5 and having a gap of 2 years or more in their formal education. This program is housed at Lansdowne High School. As I mentioned earlier, as the English learner enrollment continues to increase, there is an evolving need to revisit the structure of the program to ensure that we are both meeting the needs of students and remaining in federal and state compliance. The DTAL team has spent the past year and a half listening to teachers and admin feedback for how we may better meet the needs of students. This slide describes some of the feedback we have received. As you can see, classroom teachers who teach ESL students and ESL teachers agree that they would like more instructional strategies to meet the needs of English learners. They also express concern about a lack of time to collaborate with one another during planning. This has largely been a result of increased enrollment, causing ESL teacher-student caseloads to increase across schools. Due to that feedback, there have been a number of ways that the ESL program has evolved over the past year and continues to evolve. To begin, I would like to sincerely thank the school board for approving 12 additional ESL allocations for this school year. While the feedback and data collected by PIA was not reflective of these additional allocations, The implementation of these 12 new ESL teachers has greatly improved teacher caseloads. And we anticipate that this will result in more collaboration time with the general ed teacher colleagues because they will have fewer schools to work between. In response to ESL teacher feedback last school year, and because of the additional allocations, ESL teachers are only assigned one level, elementary, middle, or high, whereas last year several teachers were assigned both elementary and middle schools. Last year, the average caseload was 45 to 46 students, and in comparison, this year, the average caseload is 38 students. Furthermore, 12 additional allocations have allowed for 3 elementary schools this year to have designated ESL teachers, and most ESL teachers at the elementary level have configurations with only 2 to 3 schools, as compared to between 3 and 5 schools last school year. At the middle school level, with the additional allocations, we have been able to assign 3 middle schools with the highest enrollments of English learners, designated ESL teachers. And at the high school level, we now have 4 schools with designated ESL teachers. DTAL has also established an ESL Teacher Advisory Committee, which has been instrumental in collecting feedback on effective instructional models. They have also examined and made recommendations regarding instructional resources that we have purchased to address the needs of English learners with lower levels of English proficiency, as well as to provide more intensive support to address COVID learning loss. One way to increase communication and collaboration between ESL teachers and general ed teachers was the purchase of a platform specific to ESL called Elevation. Elevation will enable all teachers who teach an English learner to easily access his or her accommodations, as well as Title III mandated forms and documents that relate to a particular English learner. Teachers will be able to monitor student progress within the program for all other teachers of that student to see and act upon. This program will be implemented this school year. As a result of feedback about the ESL teacher's ability to effectively instruct middle school students with low levels of English proficiency, we have planned to revise the middle school instructional model to move to a hybrid model. In this model, we will implement a resource class that English learners with lower levels of English proficiency will take in order to provide intensive direct instruction. English learners with higher levels of proficiency will continue to receive their ESL instruction through push-in instruction by the ESL teacher. As we are asking middle schools to tightly cluster all English learners in their content classes, this will also enable the ESL teacher to provide extra language support to those English learners who are also participating in the resource class. Just to note that while we plan to implement this revised model this year, with COVID, we did not feel it was the most appropriate time to shift instructional models. Therefore, we are planning to implement this model next school year. At the high school level, we are working to revise curriculum and embed effective resources into the ESL elective classes. We have also revised the criteria for taking each of the classes to ensure that students are receiving appropriate elective credits toward high school graduation. This year, we have increased professional learning opportunities for both ESL teachers and general classroom teachers. We sent out to principals via a principal packet memo information regarding the variety of professional learning sessions that are available to general education teachers to help increase their understanding of best practices in ESL instruction. We have also implemented a new ESL teacher mentor program to assist the many new ESL teachers through their first year of teaching English learners, especially under such challenging circumstances. Finally, we continue to emphasize the importance of tightly clustering ESL students with school administrators as they schedule students each year. The tighter schools cluster students, the fewer classrooms ESL teachers will have to work between, and the more time they will have to spend working with students and tailoring instruction to their specific needs. This concludes our ESL presentation. I have with me the coordinator of the ESL program, Ms. Kathleen Kahun-Uchuk, and she and I and Allison would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that. We'll start with Mrs. Melnick.
So that was probably the most extensive administration's response I've ever heard in the 6 years on the board. And I can understand, I mean, the first couple slides were shocking to me, just how low those scores were, but you have appropriate responses, and I believe that this will pick up, obviously. But I think the most important takeaway for me was that the parent satisfaction was very high. And so that makes me happy that at least our parents are seeing good things out of this program, despite the frustration from our teachers. And my question initially was, is it the actual materials themselves, or was it the availability? And I think you did say it was the availability of materials for our teachers.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
I spoke to an ESL teacher recently, about a week or so ago, and she had such wonderful things to say about her colleagues and her supervisor, and she's a seasoned ESL teacher. She did share a concern, though, with workload, and I know that we've tried to address that. I think it's still a concern. And I said, well, what can we do to help you? And she said that they're really struggling right now with teaching both in person and virtual. And I said, well, if there was an option for you to teach all virtual or all in person, do you think that your colleagues, that there would be willingness to do that? And she thought that they absolutely would be willing to do that. Is that something that's being looked at? I think I sent a message to Dr. Spence and Dr. Bergen about it also.
Sure, I'm glad you asked that question. Yes, we actually did send out, we put together a small committee of elementary teachers, because it's primarily, the concern that we're hearing is primarily at the elementary level. They tend to have more schools to work across. And one of the things that they came up with was they were just shooting around some ideas for how we might be able to alleviate that. So based on that discussion, we then sent out a kind of an open-ended survey of sorts to all of the elementary ESL teachers, laying out two different options, not asking them to vote on either of the one options, but just what do you think? We need your feedback so that we can make the best decision for our students and for teachers. And overwhelmingly, the response we got back was, and we laid out that option on the table of, we understand that you're kind of balancing. It's a balancing act that you're teaching both, pushing into in-person classes, and then you're also pushing into virtual classes. And they all acknowledged that that was very challenging. Because mainly they have to create two different sets of lesson plans. It's very different teaching an ESL student online. As you can imagine, the challenge is there than face-to-face. And they have to account for the varying levels of proficiency. So that might be, even more variation in learning plans for the teacher. So they all acknowledge the challenge. Overwhelmingly, the response we got was that they'd prefer to keep the structure the way it is, rather than kind of split the teachers where some teach all virtual and some teach all face-to-face, which is one of the options we presented, one of the scenarios we presented to them, if we could do that. One of the biggest challenges to splitting that up is that we still have to service all schools and all students face-to-face. And so regardless if it decreases the amount of students in a building, you still have to go to that building, and you still are spread across classrooms. And so what it would create if we did that would be that face-to-face teachers would, instead of having, in most cases, 2 schools, sometimes 3, they'd have upwards of 5 schools to work between. So, there's a trade-off in any way. So overwhelmingly, what we've heard is we've already established relationships with our families. As you know, that's very important with ESL students especially. While we know it's challenging and we are very overwhelmed, we also feel like this is what's best right now to kind of maintain the model we're in. I will tell you that in October every year we do a recalibration because we have an influx of students, usually ESL students in October, to see where the caseloads are falling out, because the caseloads where we assigned configurations in August for the start of the school year often look very different by the end of October. So you might have 2 teachers who have very similar caseloads in terms of, maybe they both have 50 students, and then by the end of October, one could have 50 and one could have 70. And so we have to kind of even that out across the school division. So we do plan to do that anyway, as we do each year, which will even out the caseloads. It will not necessarily even out or change the model of instruction where they're going to have to go back and forth between virtual and face-to-face.
Well, I appreciate you looking into that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The 12 new hires, and this may be a question for our coordinator. I was just curious, just realizing the challenges they have just in this environment, I was curious to know if you know how many are brand-new teachers versus teachers with experience.
So all of our teachers have some teaching experience. However, quite a few of them are new to teaching English learners.
Oh, interesting. Like a career switchers or?
Or
Well, not career, discipline switchers,
discipline,
excuse
yes,
me.
ma'am.
Okay, no, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Owens.
I just had a couple of questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I thought it was just very comprehensive and refreshing to be able to see that when we have areas that we need improvement on, we're transparent about it and we had a plan, and I just very much appreciate that. Do you know if we have I don't know if this is really even within your realm, but if ESL works with having letters ready for COVID exposure in our 4 main languages so that it's going home in people's native language?
I think that was maybe a question earlier or a comment earlier, maybe by somebody, one of our speakers. I have spoken with Ms. Allen, and she and her team are looking into if that's a possibility. It's a possibility to send something home for absolutely to, especially in our top 4 languages. There's so many nuances that the letter doesn't necessarily look the same between schools, so how quickly we could turn that around and get that out, but we could definitely put a plan in place to have some sort of communication in those top 4 languages, because those are the languages that are predominant if there's a COVID exposure.
Okay, yeah, that would be great if we had maybe just the generic. I've seen a couple of them and they seem kind of form standard.
Yeah.
My other question was, we've heard a lot about different tutoring programs that are kind of in place for our general student population. Is there anything like that that's offered through the English language program for after school or additional help with an ESL teacher?
Currently, we don't have a tutoring program, but that's definitely something that our advisory committee can take into consideration. We have worked with organizations such as the Hispanic Community Center. They've worked with us to do, for example, presentation in Spanish for parents. So there are definitely options out there that we will be looking into.
Okay, yeah, I would love to, if that can be something that we can put on the horizon with our community outreach perhaps, and just reach out. I think we have probably some Spanish speakers within our just community, not even necessarily associated with a specific organization, who may be willing to reach out and help, particularly via Zoom, because they're able to do it from home. And I would assume that while all of our students are struggling with the virtual environment and needing some extra assistance, that this population may be even more so. So I'd love to see that. Thank you.
So we did, just to clarify, during the summertime, we don't have anything formally in place division-wide at this point for specific to ESL students. I do know that some schools have created something along that lines to support their ESL students, either in the evenings or on Mondays during that asynchronous day. They're pulling students who they feel like they need extra support. That time's being used, and we encourage ESL teachers to use that time. During the summer, we did have a support system in place, especially at the elementary and middle school level, for summer school students who are English learners, who we've never previously had something specific for English learners before. So based on the spring COVID learning loss that we were anticipating, we made sure we put some measures in place at the division level for summer for those students.
Okay, are we covered? Thank you, ladies, very much. Enjoy what's left of the evening.
Have a good night.
And that brings us to final information item of the evening, water testing update. A subject that was right up there at the top not that long ago, and it's amazing what the pandemic does, but we know that the work continues, so it's great that you're here to give us a report.
The work absolutely continues. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Spence. Right now, you're receiving a pamphlet in the PowerPoint slides for tonight's presentation. And as suggested, there's been a great deal of progress since last water testing update at the end of January. Our work has been consistent since that time, implementing recommendations from last year's after action review. And we continue to part with the city, Environmental, and the Department of Health. As a refresher, last year we completed testing and remediation of 48 of our pre-1986 buildings. We are in full compliance. From our work with the city, we know that the quality of the water entering our buildings is good, and we have tested our oldest buildings, which were constructed before legislation that required the use of lead-free plumbing components. All consumable sources at those pre-1986 buildings were tested, and when required, remediated to ensure that all consumable outlets tested below 15 parts per billion, which was a more strict standard than was recommended at the time. I say recommended because there was no legislation at that time that communicated a hard requirement. Therefore, advocating for legislation was one of the recommendations included in the after action review. We did advocate for improved legislation, and indeed new legislation was passed and became effective in July. This legislation contained essentially all of the elements that were recommended in the after action review, including that sampling plans and results of testing must be submitted to the Department of Health. I'm pleased to report that this legislation included direction that communication is required for samples that exceed 10 parts per billion. As you likely remember from last year, there was no required threshold for school systems. And the EPA's 3Ts program recommended action and communication at 20 parts per billion. This was confusing for the general population given that the lead and copper rule has a threshold of 15 parts per billion. So over the decades, lead standards continue to improve. It was 50 parts per billion back in the 80s. That's 50 back in the 1980s. 10 parts per billion is a good step. In addition to advocating for legislation, we have also drafted a Virginia Beach City Public School policy that will soon be submitted to the school board for review and approval. We have continued our flushing program. Flushing the lines in our buildings minimizes the potential for stagnant water and helps ensure the quality of the water at our taps. In our pre-2014 buildings, not for drinking or cooking signs will remain at water sources not intended for drinking, and communications will continue to be shared before testing is done, and we will communicate results quickly. As I briefed you in January, we will be testing 20% of our pre-2014 buildings each year. And these are the group of schools that we will be testing during the course of this school year. 18 schools will be tested. They have been selected because they are our next oldest buildings. In addition to that testing, we also intend to conduct additional testing in 2 specific situations. As a reminder, Virginia Beach City Public Schools is currently in full compliance and no further action is required in these next 2 situations. The first applies to combination sinks in our elementary school classrooms. The picture on the right is an example of what I'm talking about. The gooseneck is designated for hand washing, and the bubbler is intended for consumption. You can see the signage that we put in place. One says hand washing only, which is for the gooseneck. The other says, next to the bubbler, says drinking water. This can be confusing, so it is our intention to reclassify those goosenecks as consumable. To do that, we will be retesting 48 gooseneck faucets at 17 schools, and we will remove signage when testing is complete at each of those schools. The next situation that we intend to retest our consumable outlets between 10 and 15 parts per billion. This applies to 70 outlets at 29 schools. As a reminder, this is not a legislated requirement, but we think that waiting for a 5-year cycle is not the right thing to do. So we will progressively retest these water sources as well. Our intentions, those are our intentions for how we will test. To support our testing, we will continue to communicate with our community. Notifications will be sent both before and after testing by AlertNow, and results will be posted on the VB Schools Safe Water website. To support education and awareness, we'll be distributing a pamphlet about the water testing program. You should each have a copy of that in front of you. There's also a resources page on the Safe Water website that provides a wealth of information. As I said in the introduction, there's been a great deal of effort and movement in water testing. We are on a good course for this school year and moving forward. Since November last year, Susan Sadowski from the city has been overseeing our water testing program. We have now transitioned to managing the water testing program internal to Virginia Beach City Public School. That being said, we will continue our strong partnership with Susan and the city to ensure that we maintain the highest standards. Susan had been intended to be here tonight. She could not be here, but I would like to thank Susan, Peter Pomerink from AH Environmental, Dr. Lindsay, who was here earlier tonight, Dan Horn, and Ernie Johnson from the Department of Health for their continued support and assistance. And with that, I will now take your questions.
Questions or comments?
Yeah. We had a good team work on that, collaborative between communications and our facilities team.
Well, I will say anytime we have something to do with proactive legislation, it's a good thing. And cause for celebration or just pride, that we I guess made lemonade out of lemons.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we thank you very much. Please thank your team for us, too.
I will pass it on. Thank you very much.
Committee reports. Mrs. Riggs.
We had our first Sister City meeting since last June, and I just wanted to report that we are up for a new slate of officers. I will continue to be the treasurer of Sister Cities, but we're still just kind of going by what the school system's doing as far as getting things going. We will continue to keep Alani Segerbloom, who was the new youth ambassador. She will continue to be the youth ambassador through this school year, and she will be presented to the city council on the 10th. It's the same day, same night as we have a school board meeting. So anyway, she's going to be introduced to city council that night by the sister cities. So,
thank you. Anybody else? Mrs. Melnick.
The legislative committee met this week, and Joel Andrus will be here next school board meeting, the 10th, to present an update. And you heard a little bit that Farrell mentioned tonight, so you'll get a full update from Joel at the next school board meeting.
Okay. Moving on. That concludes the formal meeting. We'll now be hearing citizens and delegations on non-agenda items. The school board will now hear comments on non-agenda items.